Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jaya Guru Raya. Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jaya Guru Raya. Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar.
Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jai Guru Raya. My pranams to all. I am Professor Valliyappan Raju. It's a privilege to be part of this conference. We had a great morning session. I really thank each and every one of you to come back for this refreshing session today in afternoon. So the morning session was so unique as we were having, a lot of professors and eminent people presenting about the past and present and also with the future. It's very unique. And we had Professor M.D. Srinivasan sir was giving an insightful talk, and Professor Pai, and along with Professor Ramanathan, right from plenary until vote of thanks, and all the presentation was very unanimous. So I thank the professors. Without any further delay, already we are running short of time. Without any further delay, I would like to move forward. The next agenda is the technical talk by Professor K. Ramasubramaniam. Professor Rama K. Subramaniam is not only a renowned Sanskrit scholar, but also a knowledgeable historian, dedicated Vedic teacher, and respected contemporary philosopher. His global recognition stems from his expertise in the history of Indian science, particularly in mathematics. He served as a named consultant to the new Educational Policy 2020 and actively participates in various forms of education-focused governing bodies in India. Professor Ramasubramaniam has been elected as a member of International Union of History and Philosophy, Science and Technology, IUPHST, and UNESCO to promote the history of science in India. We still have more, sir. Additionally, he is a fellow at the Indian National Science Academy and serves as a chair of the History of Science and Committee. Sir, we look forward for your enlightening session. Please, sir.
Thank you for the very kind introduction. I'm happy. This is a pencil, huh? Okay. Okay, thanks for the kind introduction. Namaste to one and all. So this particular talk will be focusing on one of the Vedangas called Chanda Shastram. Chanda Shastram basically can be understood as a study of the metrical forms. So we have literature in the form of prose and poetry. The poetry has a variety of metrical forms and rhythms. So this is something which is well developed in India even in the time of Rig Veda. So Rig Veda is also composed in metrical form, and after that, having studied these metrical forms, a certain discipline of study has developed, and this is what we call as Chanda Shastram. In that particular Chanda Shastram, I will be focusing specifically on a kind of meter which will be called as Arya meter. We will introduce all that. So some of you who are from Tamil background, so you know there is something called Venba, there are various kinds of things. So similarly, here in Sanskrit we have a very large variety, so that is what we will be basically introducing, and then I will take you to technical part. Okay, next. How old is this study of Chanda Shastram? As I told you, this is one of the 6 Vedangas, and it has been listed even in the Mundaka Upanishad. So we have Tatra Apara, Rigvedo, Yajurveda, Samavedo, Atharveda, Shiksha Kalpo, Vyakaranam, Chandaha, Niruktam, Chandaha. See, there we find the word Chandaha appearing in the Mundakopanishad. Similarly, there are other Upanishads also which talk of variety of Shastras. We have interesting dialogue between Sanat Kumara and Narada appearing in Chandogya Upanishad. There also we find something. Then, as a text we find Pingala's Chandas Shastra. It has been conservatively estimated to have been composed around 3rd century BCE. Okay, Pingala Naga. So we have Panini who has composed on Vyakarana. So a lot of sutras. Similarly, Pingala Naga has composed a set of sutras called Chandas Shastram. Okay. How many of you do not know this Sanskrit script? Okay, not a large population. Pingaladibhir acharyehi yaduktam laukikam dvidha matra varna vibhedena chandas adiha kathyate. So this is an interesting verse which we find at the beginning of Vrittaratnakara. So there the point to be noted here is, see, matra varna vibhedena. Oh, this pointer will not point on the screen. Yeah, it will not be seen. Matra varna vibhedena. See, so the metrical form can be either analyzed from the number of syllables that we use or from the number of beats that we count. So here by beat we mean a certain duration of time. So matra varna vibhedena chandaha tadiha kathyate. So I am going to talk about two kinds of chandas. Okay. Matra chandas and Akshara or Varna Chandaha. Suppose we have this name Kalyana Rama, let us say. Kalyana Rama. Okay, we have 5 syllables. Is it clear? Kalyana Rama. Janaki, suppose I say it is 3 syllables. Now, in the 3 syllables Janaki, you take more time to pronounce Ja, then Na, then Ki. Okay, so this Ja will be called as Guru, Na is called a Laghu, short, and then Ki is again Guru. So Ja, Na, Ki. Suppose I have 3 syllables, but when I were to count the number of matras, a Guru is given 2 matras and a Laghu is given 1 matra. So I have 5 matras in Janaki. Ja, 2, Na is 1 and Ki is 2. So this is how one needs to understand matra. There are 3 varnas, but there are 5 matras in Janaki. Suppose I were to say Sita. So I will have 4 matras, 2 syllables. Suppose I were to say Rama. I have again 2 syllables, but 3 matras. Ra is 1 and Ma is 2. So this should be very clear to us. This Guru, Laghu, and then how do we count matras? Okay. So now the metrical pattern can either be recognized through the number of syllables and a certain pattern within those syllables, or it can be purely based on the matras. Okay. Now let me move on to give you an overview of this Chandas Shastra. It is made of 8 chapters. Panini's is also called Ashtadhyayi. This is also called Ashtadhyayi. And here the number of sutras is 308. This is how it is distributed. In chapter 1 we have 15, 2 16, third is a long one 66, and then it goes on. The 8th chapter has 35 sutras. The first and the last chapters are something which are very unique here in this. The first chapter is exclusively devoted to introduce you certain terminologies which are going to be followed in the rest of the chapters. So it is 15 sutras. All the 15 sutras are meant to give you the technicalities that are required for you to understand. Okay? So this is certain nomenclature you can say. This technically they may call as Samnya Sutra. Okay, so this is the first chapter. Now when we move on to the last chapter, so that has a lot of mathematics in it. So we will touch upon primarily these two, and in between also I will be taking you through the fourth chapter. Okay, Chandaha is Matrakshara Sankhya Niyata Vak. I can use this. See, Matrakshara Sankhya Niyata Vak. Vak means a speech which is constrained either by the number of syllables or the number of beats. So this is what we call as Chandaha. So otherwise, we will not be able to make a distinction between prose and poetry. After all, prose is also a set of words, poetry is also a set of words. But then, when you are constrained to use the number of syllables or the beats in a particular manner, then you call it as a poetry. Okay, that is Chandaha. Two types as I told you. And it has been emphasized in our literature that one need not necessarily be reciting without knowing the metrical pattern, but one has to pay attention to that. If you take Rig Veda text, if any of you have seen, before a mantra or a certain portion starts, they will say in which it has been composed. So this is the Rishi, this is the Devata, this is the Chandas that has been employed. In a particular thing itself you may find so a lot of variations. So first may be in Jagati, second may be in Anushtup, third may be in something else. This kind of variations you will see in a particular section. Okay. So this stanza here, Yova avidita arshaya chandodevata brahmanena yajayati va adhyapayati va sthanum va richati gartam va padyate va mriyate papiyan bhavati. So it has been strongly criticized that without knowing these chandas, these mantras should not be actually employed. I mean, in order to emphasize that, it is said papiyan bhavati, means you may be a sinner if you do not. It is like, see, I became a professor, without knowing the subject, if I go on teaching, then I am a sinner. Right? It is in this sense, I mean, they are trying to emphasize the importance of this. Okay. There is an interesting commentary which has been authored on this Chanda Sutra, which are extremely useful. This particular commentary is extremely useful. So for instance, suppose you were to take the study of Vedanta, then this Brahma Sutras cannot be understood without the commentary. Similarly, this Chanda Sutras cannot be fully understood without the commentary, and fortunately we have a wonderful commentary by Halayudha. And this has been called Mrita Sanjeevani. So perhaps Halayudha felt that at some point, so the Shastra is not thoroughly understood, and therefore he wanted to revive, and he gave the name Mrita Sanjeevani. The point that I want to emphasize by this quotation, these are the Mangala Shlokas in the Halayudha's commentary. He says, Kshirabdhe amritam yadvat dhritam devi sadanavaihi chandobdhe pingalacharyihi chandomritam tathodhritam. So this is what he says. So as from the Kshirabdhi Mathana, okay, we had this Amrita which was brought out. Similarly, the ocean of Chandas, so this Pingalacharya has brought out the Chandomritam. Okay. And the importance has been stated, Kavinam Nayanam. Okay. So this is considered as a, Nayanam means eyes. Okay. What has mathematics got to do with Chandas? So I will explain that in a short while. This will become clear. And Pingalacharya's time, as I was mentioning, so it is almost some 2400 years before. Then, so this Guru Laghu, I just told you, just to recall, Guru means 2 beats of time, Laghu is 1 beat of time. Suppose I were to say Shiva. How many syllables? How many beats? 2 syllables. Beats? No, Shiva. Shiva, if I say, it will be 3. Shiva, right? Shiva. Short, okay? 2 beats, 2. Okay. Rama, if I say, it is 3 beats. 2 plus 1. Very good. So this is something which we need to keep in mind. The question that are being asked here is, given a certain number of beats, in how many ways you can fill it up. Is it clear? Suppose I give you 4 beats of time. I can have a word Sita, correct? It will take 4 beats. Okay? Suppose I were to say Parama, Parama, suppose I say Parama, okay? Ramana, suppose I were to say short, short, long. This is another form, right? So this also can be had short, short and then long. This is 4 beats again. So we can have Viramanam, suppose Viramana, suppose we say. Then we have all short, Viramana. So we can have a variety of forms. So this is what one means by how many patterns you can have given the number of beats. And given a certain number of syllables, how many patterns can be generated? This will all be clear as we move through. Okay? Okay. Now there is a certain technical term which we call as pratyaya. So pratyaya in Sanskrit has a variety of meanings. So pratyaya is used for those of you who are familiar. So there is a suffix, if it is added, it is called pratyaya in Sanskrit. Okay? Suffix is called pratyaya. And pratyaya also refers to a faith, okay, a confidence, vishvasa. There are various meanings which are associated with the word pratyaya. So here this a few things which are considered under the topic pratyaya, which we may not deal with thoroughly, but I am just telling you. If we know all those things, then there will be a certain confidence in, so it is perhaps it is why it is called pratyaya. And the algorithms that have been presented in this has very interesting mathematical, but I will not get deep into this mathematics now, but I just wanted to give you that certain important topics in mathematics which we may call as binary arithmetic, combinatorial techniques, Meru Prasthara, which we generally call as Pascal's triangles. Okay? So all of them arise in the context of the study of Chandas Shastra. So we may be familiar with binomial coefficients. See, a plus b whole square, suppose I say a square plus 2ab plus b square. This 1, 2, 1. They are all called binomial coefficients. Okay. So they are all arising in the context of this, and more importantly, this Fibonacci. This Fibonacci is not his actual name. His name is Leonardo. He was in Pisa, and he was a 12th century or 13th century, close to that. So there are a variety of mathematical things that arise out of the study of Chandas Shastra. This is all I wanted to give you. And the mathematics arises in a variety of contexts. So here a famous mathematician called Mahaviracharya, so he presents a very interesting opening towards his text. He says, you cannot have your day-to-day affairs without knowing much of mathematics, whether it is cooking, whether it is poetry, whether it is dance, so whether it is chandas, whether it is laukika, whatever it is, whether it is vaidya, see how much of thing has to go into. So it is all proportion. So everywhere you need mathematics. This is what he is trying to say. And in Chandas Shastra also we have, you see, he says Chandolankara kavyeshu tarkavyakaranadishu. Everywhere you need mathematics. Okay, now this slide is something which you need to note. It is for this reason I am displaying. You have a certain manuscript in Malayalam script. See, that is what is displayed there. Okay, and below I have put that in Devanagari script. You see, when the text is being studied, so this person is also marking something over it. Okay, this is a manuscript which was used by someone called Charles Wish, who is a British person who was employed here in East India Company. He was studying this. So he was learning this mathematics which was prevalent in Kerala in the Malayalam script with some scholars in the local tradition. In his notebook, you find this. So for those of you who may know Malayalam, you may be able to read it, but those who do not know, you see, so sama panchahatayaha. This is just important for us to note. Sa is short, ma is short, panch. See, panch, it is a conjunct consonant, so it takes a little more time, therefore that is guru. You see here, this is sa, this is ma, and punch. So he uses a semicircle kind of a thing, semicircle, and then he uses a horizontal bar. See? So in those days, people when they are taught, even if you look into some of these commentaries, they will always introduce a particular verse by the name of the meter which has been chosen to compose that verse. They will say Vasanta Telakaya aha, Aryaya aha, Anushtubha aha. This is how they will introduce. Now this person while learning, he has also learnt this. See, that is what I wanted to tell you. Sa, ma, panch. And you see a vertical bar there. So this denotes a certain break. Okay. So the whole sequence of letters will be divided into 4 matras. And wherever the 4 matra ends, he puts a vertical bar. See, sa, ma, panch. Panch is a guru. Therefore, laghu, laghu, guru. You have 4 beats. Then you see, chahata. See, chahata. You see, initially short, short, long. Then you have long, short, short. Is it clear? The notations. So it goes like this. Then you have yo, ya. See, these are the 2 words, long, long. Therefore, he puts once again a break. And then you see rupa. See, rupa. Again, you have a vertical break. So he is basically dividing the sequence of letters that are available into 4 beats. This is something which you need to keep in mind for what I am going to take you through later in the Arya meter. This is a specific. Now we are going to leave a particular group. I told you there are 2 types of meters. One is based on the count of the syllables. The other is based on the count of the matras. Now when you count the matras also, again there is a division which is being created. At the end of every 4 matra, you give a break and then you mark it. This is something which we need to keep in mind. So it is for this, I am just telling you that these kinds of things, suppose you go to the next one, ta, bhis. See, this is again guru, guru. So in the second half also, he just makes this marking. So if you go here, you just see, so this is something which all are short. So this is how you break. This is called a gana in Sanskrit. Okay, so you don't worry about what is being written. So the content of this verse is basically this equation below. Okay, so sama, just to give you a flavor, see how it is presented. Sama pancha hatayaha. Pancha means 5. Ahati means multiplication. Sama pancha hatayaha means you take a certain number, multiply it by 5 times. What do you get? That number to the power of 5. Correct? So that is what you find here, 1 to the power of 5, 3 to the power of 5, 5 to the power of 5. Sama panchahatayaha. Ya rupadi ayujaha. Ayuk means odd number. Yuk means even number. So all the odd numbers have to be raised to power 5. So this is how the verse goes. But that is not of significance to us now. So this has mathematics. If you look into the patterns that you find here, I use this notation, this S kind of a structure for a guru and the vertical bar for a laghu. Okay. So this is the notation that we will be adopting. So you find, suppose I give you 3 syllables, the patterns that you can have is Guru Guru Guru, Laghu Guru Guru, Guru Laghu Guru, Laghu Laghu Guru, and so on. You come to Laghu Laghu Laghu, right? So if you count the number of beats, here you will have 6. If you go here, here it will be 3. Okay. So let us leave that for the moment. This is just to give you the patterns. Now we focus on the matra count. So look at this table now. If I give you only one matra, how many patterns can you have? Only one. Right? I give you one matra time. You can have only one. I give you 2 matras. So you can have 2 patterns. I can have 2 laghus and 1 guru. Clear? If I give you 3 matras, I can have laghu laghu laghu. Then I can have a guru laghu or a laghu guru. Okay? So look at this. If I give you 4, I can have 5 patterns. Is it clear? So this is what we are going to deal with little later. This should be very clear. If I give you 4 matras, then I can have 5 patterns which are possible. Okay? So here, what has been done by these people, these kinds of patterns will be given some names also, which I will introduce in a short while. How this has been presented in the form of a sutra can be seen from this. See, you have the sutra, Gau, Gantamatyadirn Lascha. This is a sutra in Pingala's Chandas Shastra. So the patterns that you see here, the 5 patterns that you see here, have been all listed in this sutra. How does he list? Gau. Ga stands for Guru. Gau means 2 Gurus. Okay, it is 4 matra. This is one pattern. That is what I am showing here. Then, see, Ganta. Ganta means this Guru is at the end. You understand? So you start with Gau, then Guru is at the end, Guru is at the middle, Guru is at the beginning. Ganta, Gamadhya, Gadi. Okay? And then you have Nlascha. This Nla basically means there is a, suppose you go back here for a moment. See, this Laghu 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 is called as a Nagana. Okay? These letters here, Guru Guru will be called as Magana, Laghu Laghu will be called as Nagana. A is missing here. There is one more thing that you need to see here. You please notice this, the 6th row. It is called Jagana. What is the pattern of it? Laghu, Guru, Laghu. Clear? Just keep this in mind. So if I say Nagana, it means 3 Laghus. If I say Jagana, it means Laghu, Guru, Laghu. If I say Magana, it means Guru, Guru, Guru. Just keep this in mind. Okay. Now, Lau, here when he says Nagana and Laghu, that is all it means. That thereby you will have 4 beats, correct? Nagana has 3 Laghus and La is 1. So that is how you have this 4. Okay. So I told you this Fibonacci thing arises in this. If you look at this previous table, you see. So if you have 1, 1, 1 plus 1 will be 2. So you 1 plus 2 will be 3 and 2 plus 3 will be 5. What will be the next one? 8. That's it. Okay. So 1, 1, I should have put 1 here. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Okay. So you have a certain sequence and this sequence is what is called Fibonacci sequence. Where does it arise? It arises in trying to present the number of possibilities that you can have given a certain number of beats. Okay. Given 4 beats, you will have 5 possibilities. Given 5 beats, you will have 8 possibilities. Given 6 beats, you will have 5 plus 8, 13 possibilities. Right? This is how the Fibonacci numbers arise in the study of metrical patterns. Okay, keep this in mind. So this is just a mathematical form of representation. So F1 is equal to F2. It is just a recurrence relation. But then in 2023, some book has been written, and here the author says, see, so this first recurrence relation seemed to appear in mathematics, one of the first recurrence relations. In fact, so we have this in our tradition long back. Okay, even Aryabhata has given several recurrence relations. So this is just a, so this is some interesting pattern. We will leave this. Okay, so for you to have a certain appreciation of how patterns appear, see this metrical composition in other languages, we don't find a very rich variety of meters appearing, but some of them are available in Latin, which has been taken by the English literature. For instance, Shakespeare primarily employs, this is what scholars say, pentaiambic meter. So there is something called iamb, so there are dactyl and so on and so forth. There are several, but not much. So here you have hundreds and hundreds of varieties. Okay. Now the sutra also presents very interesting relations. So here I will just show you one sutra which is very interesting. So 832, I told you this 8th chapter has 35 sutras. Just towards the end you have an interesting sutra which essentially presents the sum of the geometric sequence. See, 2 plus 2 to the 2 plus 2 to the 3 and so on and so forth. If I have n, suppose I were to put n is equal to 26. Okay. Suppose I give you 2 syllables, how many patterns can you have? No, 2 syllables, the number of patterns, lagu lagu, guru lagu, lagu guru, guru guru, correct? So 2 syllables, you will have 4 patterns. 3 syllables, 8 patterns. No, that is matra is different. So the 2 things, matra is different. You count the number of beats and how you can arrange the lagu guru pattern. The variation, so this is what I showed you here. See, so I start with guru guru guru, end with lagu lagu lagu, right? Given 3 syllables, I can have 8 patterns. Given 4 syllables, I will have 2 to the power of 4. Each one can have 2 patterns and therefore 4 syllables, 2 to the power of 4. Okay. So this is Varna Vritta and Matra Vritta, we should just keep in mind. So here it is occurring in that context, I just wanted to give you. So suppose I give you n syllables, the number of patterns that you can have is 2 to the power of n. So somewhere to ask you that given n syllables, so you start with the 0 syllable, I will not have any pattern. Okay, there is only one you can just say. If I have 1 syllable, I can have 2 patterns. It can be either Laghu or Guru. Right? If I add 1 more, then I can have 4 patterns, 2 to the power 2. If one were to ask how many patterns that you can have up to n syllable, then this is the count that you have to make. 2 plus 2 to the power of 2 plus 2 to the power of 3 plus 2 to the power of n. This is just a geometric sequence and the result is 2 to the n plus 1 minus 2. This is what has been stated in this sutra, Dvirdvyunam tadantanam. See, it's a little difficult to understand this. Dvihi tadantanam. See, those who know a little Sanskrit. So, tat ante vidyate iti tadanta. Suppose n syllable is 2 to the n. Tadantanam ya sankhya. Okay. So, tadantanam sankhya will be 2 to the n. See, dvihi when you say, you multiply 2 tadanta, 2 to the n plus 1 you will have. Dvyunam, you subtract 2 from there, 2 to the n plus 1 minus 2. This is the relation. Anyway, this is geometrical. So, there is an interesting verse which actually gives this number. See, Shadvimshatis saptashatani chaiva tatha sahasranyapi saptapanktihi lakshani drigveda susammitani kotyas tatha ramanisha karaisyuhu. See, it uses something called bhuta sankhya. Rama means 3, nishakara. Nishakara, moon, very good. So it refers to number 1. Okay. Now you see 1, 3. You get right? Nishakara is 1, Rama is 3. That is the number of kotis. Then Drik means eyes, Veda means 4. You have 42. That is the number of Laksha. So 13 crores, 42 lakhs, 17,726. Okay. Why did they restrict 2 to the 26? Because the number of variations that you can up to this 2 to the up to 26 syllables you can have is this number. Okay. So this is what this verse basically says. The meters, when they are classified, see, you have Vasanta Tilaka 14, you have Malini 15, in 17 you have a varieties. So all these are there. So if you were to consider all the possibilities, then this is the number that you will have. After 26, there is nothing like Varna Vritta in the composition. That is why they have given this verse with 26 into consideration. Okay, this I will skip. Just look at this. The first chapter is Dhi Shri Stream Varasai Kaguhar Vasudhas Satekvat Kadasaj Kimbadab Nahasan. So these are the sutras. I will just give you Nahasan means Na is short, Ha is short, Sa is short. This is Lagu Lagu Lagu. Remember, I told you Nagana means short, short, short. You see, Dhi Shri Stream. Magana is all long. Dhi Shri Stri. Okay. So this is how the first chapter essentially gives you all this. Second we will leave now. We may not have time to discuss all that. So this is a passage from Rig Veda. So this Rig Veda is a certain revelation to various rishis and it has been transmitted to us thousands of years back, we don't know. And later when people were trying to analyze the structure of these mantras that are available, they found certain patterns and then they developed this Chandas Shastra. This is our understanding. So for instance, you see, Aham Rudre Bhirvasuhu Bhishcharam Yahamaditye Ruda Vishwadevaihi. So when you chant this, you find a certain rhythm and you try to analyze the rhythm and then try to find the pattern. This is what has happened. So I told you that these are the sutras. This last letter that has been tagged to them indicates the earlier pattern. Magana means long, long, long. So Jagana, you remember, Kadasaj, short, long, short. Okay, just remember Jagana because we will be using it later. Okay, one more thing that I wanted to tell you here is this sutra Gante. See, Gante, the previous sutra is Grill. Grill means Laghu. Gr, you use only a short time to pronounce. Right? Suppose I say Gi, Stri, I take 2 beats of time. Suppose I say Gr, you use short. Therefore, that indicator is L. Laghu is short. That is given the sutra Grill. Okay. Next sutra is of importance to us, Gante. Ante means at the end. Okay. Suppose I have, see, some of you should be familiar with many stotras. So where Purushottama, suppose I say, if the verse ends with Purushottama, Tama, Ta is short, Ma is also short. But then when you leave Purushottama, you just prolong it. And therefore, even if a Laghu appears at the end, since the time taken to pronounce is little longer, it is treated as a Guru. Okay. This is a general principle. That's what this tells. Gante means Ante Vidyamanaha Laghuhu api Guruhu Bhavati. This is how you have to understand. Okay. This then Dhradi Paraha means, so if the letter is going to be a conjunct consonant in the next one, then the short one will also be considered as a long. I will give you with an example. You just see this. Vidyunmala. V is short. But then the next word is Vid. You understand? Next is vid. Therefore, the short will also be considered as a long. Then dyun. Dyu is short, but then in follows. Therefore, that is also guru. See, vidyunmala. See, when you pronounce, we may look short, dyu may look short, but when you combine them, vidyunmala. The time taken to pronounce all of them is. Therefore, whenever a conjunct consonant appears in the beginning, the previous one will be treated as, even if it is laghu, it will be treated as a guru. Okay, this should be understood. Okay, in this, vidyunmala. Okay, so all are guru. This you have to keep in mind. Dhradi paraha. This is what the sutra says. So this we will leave. Now, I am going to take you to this Arya meter. So in detail, for that I need to introduce certain things. This is just to have a flavor of how proficient our people have been in composing verses. So this is a very beautiful verse where you will see there are 16 syllables per quarter, but the entire verse 64 syllables have been composed only in laghu. See, so it's not easy. So these are certain compositions which people attempt. See, Madakala Khagakula Kalarava Mukharini. This is how it goes. Vikasita Sarasija Parimala Surabhini. So this is an interesting composition. The description here also is really beautiful, but we don't have time. I am not going to take you through that. But just to give you a flavor, there are verses which are composed completely with laghu. You can also think of verses which are completely composed in guru. Right? And you can have a mixture of laghu and guru, which is the normal composition. Okay? There you try to recognize a certain pattern and then you try to classify them and give some name. It is like having saptaswaras, and then if certain pattern appears, then you give it as Kalyani. If it is Mecha Kalyani, then you give some names. It is like this. We essentially try to deal with the prosody. Okay? Poetry also. This is what you need to keep in mind. Okay. This also can be left out. Now, I am going to introduce you to a certain class of verses which are composed based on the count of the beats, and the standard name is Arya. Okay? Arya here refers to a certain kind of metrical composition where the count of the beats is important, not the syllables. Okay, this is Arya. You would have heard about Aryabhatiyam. Have you heard Aryabhata at least? Right? Aryabhata has composed an important work called Aryabhatiyam. Right? It deals with mathematics and astronomy. The entire work has been composed in Arya meter. Okay? So it is not because of the reason that it is composed in Arya meter, it is called Aryabhatiyam. This person is called Aryabhata, therefore his composition is called Aryabhatiyam, and it incidentally happens that it is all in Arya meter. Okay? So that is all I will tell you. Now, what is the definition of this Arya? This is what has been presented to us in the Chandas Shastra. It says, Swara Ardhancha Aryardham. Okay? Swara Ardhancha Aryardham. See, some of you would be at least familiar with this. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. We say this, right? So you find 4 padas, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, right? Guru Devo Maheshwaraha. Normally, a metrical composition has 4 padas. Okay? And what will be the pattern in these 4 padas, etc.? Either number of syllables or the patterns, there are various possibilities. In the case of Arya meter, this Pingala's Chandas Shastra does not give the definition of a pada. Here he uses the word Ardham. See? Aryardham means half of an Arya. And what does he say? Swara Ardhancha. The word Swara here stands for 7. Okay. So Swara means 7 and Ardham means you add one more. Now I will take back for a moment you to this slide where you found this. See. So this n is equal to 4. I told you even in the earlier slide, this is why I showed you this. After every 4 beats you give a break. This is called a Gana. Okay. There are 5 possible variations with 4 beats. Keep in mind. So these can be given some names, and what will be this? Laghu Guru Laghu? Which Gana? Jagana. Very good. Keep this in mind. Okay, Guru Guru is a possibility, Jagana is a possibility, Lav is a possibility. Okay. Laghu and a Nagana, that is Lav. Okay. Now with this we will move forward to this Arya meter, that is important for us. So here Swara Ardhancha, when he says half of the Arya will constitute 7 Ganas and a half Gana. So what will be the total number of beats? 7 into 4 plus 2. Okay. 28. 7 into 4 plus 2. Ardham. See, a Gana has 4 beats. Swara 7 into 4 plus 2, you will have 30. This is what we understand. Okay. So this is how he defines. So the commentators will elaborate here, saying that in Arya we do not actually consider Pada, and therefore this is how the Sutrakara wanted to define. Okay, it basically is divided by this. So this is what is the understanding. This is really a beautiful verse. I will leave this, but you just take this. This is Guru Guru, Guru Guru, see, Guru Laghu Laghu, Guru Guru. This is 4 Laghus. Then what is this Gana? Jagana, remember? Okay. So then we have Guru Guru and then Ardham, means you have 2 more beats. This is what you have to keep in mind. Now come to the second half of this verse. Again you find, so 4 beats up to 5th. The 6th one here is just only 1. Okay, 1 matra instead of having 4 matras. Oh, so Aniket is here, very good. 4 matras and then Guru Guru and then we have a Guru here. Okay. Okay. Now there is a possibility that both, see, first half can also have 30 beats, second half can also have 30 beats. But generally the first half has 30 beats, second half has 27 beats. Okay. So this is what you keep in mind. Now having defined Arya, he says, Atra Ayung Naju. Yuk is even, Ayuk means odd, Na is a negation, Ja stands for Jagana. What does the sutra mean? The odd ones cannot be Jagana. Ayuk na J. So what he means by odd one is 1 cannot be a Jagana, 3 cannot be a Jagana, 5 cannot be a Jagana. Is it clear? Ayuk Naj. This is another constraint that is imposed when you compose Arya. Then there is one more constraint, Shashtoj. This means the 6th one has to be a Jagana. Understand? Shashtoj. This is what this sutra means. Is it clear? Ayung Naj Shashtoj. Now let us move on. The next sutra says Nlava. Nlava means the 6th one can be either Jagana or the possibility is you can have all Laghus. Nlav stands for Nagana and a Laghu. Okay, see this example here. So here you find Laghu, 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 Laghu. So go to the previous verse. You had this Laghu Guru Laghu. Here you have all Laghus. This is also admissible. Okay. So there are a few constraints which are imposed over and above the general definition which has been stated. This is what you have to keep in mind. Okay, this constraint we can forget now. Nauched Dvitiyadi, this we can leave. Saptamaha Prathamadi, this also we can leave. Now, I am going to give you an interesting example which some of you may be familiar. See, you have this verse read that, Makhi Bhaki Phaki. You have read this, right? In Aryabhatiya. What does it give you? First order sign differences, right? So this is a famous verse. So those of you who are interested, you can go and search in the web. There is an interesting article written by a famous scientist, Roddam Narasimha, in one of the famous magazines in science. So the terse verse is the title of the article. He just writes one-page article on this verse. So let us not worry about the mathematical content of this. This basically gives you certain numbers. Okay. So that is what you find. You just see at the bottom of the screen, 225. Makhi stands for 225. Bhaki stands for 224. Phaki stands for 222 and so on. Okay. Let us not worry about that. Now, given the pattern, I wanted to tell you something. So here, what you find here is, this is the standard verse that is available in the printed text. See, Makhi, Bhaki, Phaki, Dhaki, Nakhi, Nyaki, Haskas, Kaki, Kishkas, Khagi, Khigwa. You will see that totally the number of beats will be 30 here. Okay. So we had this definition, Swara Ardhancha. Is it clear? You have this 7 and then Ardham, you have this Guru at the end. Okay. Though the last one is a Laghu, in principle, it should be taken as a Guru because it ends there. So we will keep this principle. Now, wherever I have marked there, it is a 6th Gana. What did the Sutra say? 6th has to be a Jagana. But what you find here is Guru Guru. So there seems to be a violation. The number that you get will be all fine. The option that we are given is, see, Shashtho J and the next one is Nlauva. These are the two possibilities that are given for the 6th Gana. There seems to be a problem here. This is number 1. Number 2, see, the reason I am bringing this to your attention is, when you compose something in a certain metrical pattern where the rules have been clearly stated, then over a period of time, if you see that these rules are somehow not found in the verse, then there is a way to understand. See, after all, the oral tradition has been there. So we will be able to see that there is a problem here and then we can try to fix them. So that is some interesting thing that we need to keep in mind when we present things. So it is very useful to keep things in mind, to quickly memorize and retain in the oral tradition. Besides that, it will also facilitate us in trying to ensure that it doesn't get corrupted easily. Okay. So this is something which we need to keep. Now, go to this. So the second half. So here, you see, so it has to divide as 4, 4, 4. So if we see this cha, it is followed by a conjunct consonant. So therefore, I may be compelled to, see, normally I will be compelled to call this as a Guru. Okay. But then if you consider it as a Guru, then there is a problem here. You will not be able to. So this is, let me tell you one thing here. Okay. See here, this is 7, both have the same number of beats, the first half and the second half. Okay. I told you there are variations in Arya. You can have 30 and 27. You can have 27 and 27. You can have 30 and 30. And this 30 and 30 is called Arya. Giti. Okay. It is called Giti. Okay. One can call it as Arya Giti or simply as Giti. Okay, so this is something which, okay, now come to this. So this is something which we note here. How do we resolve? So I just felt that this could be a possibility to resolve this. Okay, so what was given here is kish ghash ghaki. Okay, so what we can do is kish ghash ghaki. Suppose you put. Then what happens is it follows this now pattern rather than jagana. So therefore it simply fits into this. How do we explain this? So here we have beautiful verse in Vrittaratnakara. So time is up? No? Okay, very good. See, this verse is Padada vihavarnasya sanyogah kramasamnyakaha purasthitena tena syat laghutapi, there is a typo here, laghutapi kvachit guroho. So this is something which is a license which has been given. What does it tell you? It tells you varnasya sanyogaha kramasamnyakaha. It has been given a certain name, but that is not of importance to us. Purasthitena tena syat laghutapi kvachit guroho. So padada, this is very important. Now here there is some pada division also which is considered, and after 12 beats it is considered as one pada. Okay, this need not necessarily be followed, but it will be generally taken. So if there is a break here at the 12th syllable, then you have this license. So this guru can also be taken as a laghu. Okay, and therefore we don't find anything which is wrong with the Aryabhatiya verse. Okay, so this seems to be a correction which may be required, is what my feeling is. Okay, I am just coming to the end of my talk. See, this further constraints on Arya. So there are, I'll just tell you for those who are familiar with Arya. So you have something called Pathya, you have something called Vipula, you have something called Chapala, and so on. These are some finer variations in Arya. How many minutes I have? Minute? Okay, I'm just concluding. See, this Adyardha Sama Gitihi, I told you, first half and the second half, if they are same, you call it as Giti. So most of the first chapter Aryabhatiya verses, in the first section I would say, so it's all composed in Giti, but for one or two verses. Then there is something called Arya Giti, where you will have 32 beats and 32 beats, okay, in both forms. Now, this is what I wanted to tell you. Suppose one were to pose this question, okay, how many possible variations you can have in the Arya meter of composition? So if you work out something, then this will turn out to be a very large number. See, I'll just tell you the idea here. See, it told you that you cannot have Jagana, right? You cannot have Jagana in the odd places. That imposes a constraint. So out of the 5 possibilities, you can have only 4. So if you just keep counting this and you finally consider, it will turn out to be a huge number, something like 81 crore, 19 lakhs and so on. Okay, this is something which is very interesting. This is the last slide. So what I wanted to convey to you was, people seem to have been having a lot of fun in trying to find out how many possibilities in principle are possible. See, not all possibilities will be necessarily explored, but there is an interesting study which seems to have gone in trying to find out the possibilities that one can have given these are the rules which have to be observed. So this is one aspect. This Anushtup verse which we are actually familiar with can in principle have 2 to the 8, which means 256 variations. But we have a few of them. See, the standard one is something we can, that is actually an Ardha Samavritta. Anyway, so this can have 256, but at least some 4 or 5 variations are employed of the 256. But in the case of Arya, one can think of really a huge number of variations which is possible, and that is why people have looked into this in great length. Okay, so the entire binary arithmetic is something which can be seen. A lot of combinatorial tools can be found. I did not explain this great detail, this Nashta, Uddishta, Prastara, but there is a lot of things there to be studied. And all that one can note in Pingala's work is that he seems to have gone like a pure mathematician and then did something. And various people have further developed and made it a very beautiful science. Thank you. Namaste. In fact, I must tell you that some of these works which are available to us are not available in clearly preserved form. So therefore, if we look into this, then we are able to fix where there could be an error, and then see, well, after all, some hundreds of years have passed, sometimes even thousands of years. So by copying, various errors would have happened. So these will help us. Thank you.
Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jai Guruvaya. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the enlightening session. Actually, we were not able to stop you, but due to the time constraint, we had to restrict. Thanks for the enlightening session. And I never knew there is an existence of mathematics in poetry. Honestly, I'm not from this background. It was so interesting for me to listen. And source of algorithm, binary numbers, these are something, because I'm from fintech. By listening to these verses, and so many of research has been done, usually my students question us, what is the purpose of history to study? I really want them to today to witness these things. To my knowledge, a country without studying history has not become developed. Correct me if I'm wrong in that case. So today we are very proud, Devaki Veda Patasala, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, today we are conducting this conference to give the importance of ancient history. Thank you, and we are very proud. And before we go to the next session, I would like to invite Auditor Sri Suresh, a trustee of Devaki Veda Patasala of Yogi Ramsuratkumar Ashram, to honor Professor Ramasubramaniam and present him with a memento. Please, sir. Thank you, Suresh sir. Thank you, Professor Ramasubramaniam. We further move to the next session of our event today. We would like to have now Professor R.N. Iyengar for the next session, who is very widely acclaimed for his pioneering contribution in earthquake engineering, random vibrations, mathematical modeling, structural dynamics, and non-linear systems. He is retired. He retired from prestigious Indian Institute of Science, where he had his career as a researcher and a teacher of civil engineering. He has served as a director of Central Building Research Institute in Roorkee. He is currently an emeritus professor in Jain University, Bangalore, and leads GKS Center funded by the Ministry of Education. He is one of the rare scholars whose expertise is in Indian astronomy and pre-common area, integrating Indic knowledge, traditions with contemporary methods. Professor Iyengar has pioneered novel avenues of studying ancient Indian heritage. His research on comets, eclipses, earthquakes, ancient geography, and the effect of precession and the polyester dhruva in Vedic literature has garnered global recognition. He has published ancient treatises in astronomy, natural sciences, and civil engineering. This work extensively covers town planning, road construction, dams, lakes, as well as private and public building, including marriage halls, art galleries, theatres, and temples. Professor Iyengar has received numerous honors and accolades for a significant contribution to structural and mechanical sciences and technology. We request him to take the dais and present his technical talk. Sir, please.
Be careful.
This I can use?
Yes, yes, yes. Arrows.
Oh, that moves.
Yes.
Pointing.
Yeah.
The point
It
is
won't
pointing.
point, you can just move the slides.
It's too much light. Namaste to all of you. Well, at the outset, let me thank the organizers of this meeting. Particularly, I should be thankful to Miss Anahita. Because I did not answer her email or whoever sent the email for nearly a week. She took the trouble to call me and impress upon me that I should somehow come to this meeting and say a few words. Now I realize, had I not come, what I would have lost. So I'm so happy to be here in this wonderful atmosphere, listening to such learned talks, and also to be in the beautiful company of yogis and spiritual people. When I saw the announcement, it says about new perspectives. And also in the blurb it said that Yogiji was particular that Vedas should be preserved. That's one of the statements which are printed there. So I was wondering how these two things can be put up together. But anyway, I have made a presentation. This may be my perceptions and my perspectives. Nevertheless, I will be happy to share the same with you. Now, when we talk of ancient things, say look into the Vedas and others, I should say that my interest in astronomy or in science, as far as history is concerned, is of the pre-Aryabhatan period, so to say. That is the pre-Siddhantic astronomy period, or you can also call the before Common Era. That is what I have concentrated on. That again has a background because I was working with earthquakes in Indian Institute of Science, and there, earthquakes don't occur so often. So unless we know what earthquake has occurred, a strong earthquake, say 1,000 years back or 2,000 years back, then only we will be able to assess the hazard properly. That is a universal concept, not just Indian concept. There is a present concept on assessing seismic hazard. So I was very particular to look into more ancient texts. That eventually took me, the most ancient one, which all of us know is going to be the Rig Veda. So from the Vedic period onwards, not just for earthquakes, then I saw that there is so much of natural sciences which is hidden in our ancient texts. Even the later texts would have continued with this. For example, the astronomical texts. But the question would be, how did they get these things? From where did they get it? So if you see, the text, some kind of a classification like this comes out. There is Dyauh, which refers to astral, a sky. Then there is going to be Antariksha, that is about the atmosphere. Then the Prithvi, that is going to be earth. The English words are modern translations. Let us not worry about what it means. Roughly, this is the thing. So the whole universe was supposed to be seen or perceived in these three classifications. The same thing comes in so many places. For example, in the Nirukta of Yaska, because Veda is understood essentially through Yaska, or whatever may be the original meaning, what we are practicing, what we are doing, what we are in this country after 5,000 years, is a filtered through Yaska. It has been filtered through that system of Nirukta of Yaska, because all others have come later on. It is understood like that. He questions in one place how many devatas are there. I will not go into the technical details of devatas. Generally said 33, somewhere more than that. Then 33 crores also is supposed to be the thing. But this devata is not as God. It should not translate it as God, God. It's some force or some power. And he says the minimum is 3. 3 is sufficient, he says. Tisra eva devataha. But because of their position and because of their adhikara bheda, they are considered 33. It is like telling in a particular office there are only 3 heads, 3 important people, but there are so many others below them. They are also called by the same name. So that way you can have 3,000 or 30,000 or even infinite number. There is a correspondence in modern terminology, scientific terminology, if you see, there is a number of parameters needed to explain a phenomenon, a natural phenomenon. How many parameters you would need? Say, for example, something like, I will take only earthquake example itself, say magnitude, you need some frequencies, need some variations of that, need some distances, some 4, 5, 6 parameters, depending on which subject you are working, whether you are a physicist or you are an engineer or you are doing something else. He says 3 is sufficient. That is Prithvi, Antariksha and Dyauh. This comes out, seems to be, from the original concept of creation itself. That is what we later on we would see, I will show that, Mahasalilam, that is the Salilam. That is, there was original matter which was called Salilam. Out of that, the Anda broke, split. There was a lower part that was Prathanath Prithvi, then you had the upper part, it was Dyauh, then the intermediate part was called Antariksha. This is the minimum principle which is there, and this comes up even in the Rig Veda. Now, you can put up all of natural sciences into these 3 categories, whatever you may say even today, the cosmology, cosmogony, astronomy, stars, dhruva, sun, moon, everything comes under the Dyauh. And then the Antariksha would be winds, clouds, monsoon, seasons. Then Prithvi. Prithvi can be anything. It is more than what I have written. Life, language, ocean, earthquakes, mountains. It is not these are compartments. They are all interconnected. So it is a whole system which is there. Universe is a combination. So all of this is only a kind of knowledge or what we would today call sciences. And in some sense, this is meant in the ancient texts. Now, because even in the Rig Veda this is how it is, we are wondering what is the connection between the Vedic sciences, the sciences that Vedas may be having, or knowledge, and later which has come to us, say in terms of Aryabhata or Brihad Samhita, where he also talks about earthquakes. Brihad Samhita has chapters on rainfall, chapters on Agastya, so many things. So what is the in-between thing? The worst case, everybody agrees Rig Veda was finalized by 1500 BC. And Brihad Samhita and Aryabhata, they were in 500 AD. So what is the distance between these people? So what was the thing in between? This was the question which has been bothering me for a long time. So to cut the story short, in the last about 10 to 20 years I've been working on this. we have two names which are very well known. Well-known names in Siddhantic astronomy and later texts, including that of Panini, Mahabhashya. That is Garga and Parashara. Garga Parasharu. In fact, Gargadibhyo Gai is a famous sutra which Vyakarnas keep on quoting, and then later on it is said that that will apply to others also like Parashara, who were astronomers, is what is said. Their names are there in many places. So I was curious to collect the information about these two ancient astronomers, and Parashara we could not get much. There's only quotations attributed to Parashara which is available in later texts like Utpala Vivritti and also in Adbhuta Sagara of Ballala Sena. Collected them, made out a book out of it on natural sciences in ancient Sanskrit. That is a reconstructed text. I will not talk about it. That was published in 2015 already. But then, for Garga, fortunately, we could get manuscripts out of it. So we went on collecting. Wherever there is a name of Garga, try to collect it. Try to see what it may have. Because we don't know. There are so many Gargas, and even Nilakanta says there are two Gargas. Gargaha Punargadascheti Prasiddham, he says. There are two Gargas going to be there. So we have to know who is the astronomer, who is the astrologer, who is the Hora Shastriya, or who is the teacher of Krishna. Because Gargacharya, as you know, he was also there as in Nandagokula. So that is how we went on collecting, and the end of it ended up with, at least so far we said that is sufficient. There are about 25 manuscripts, all attributed to Garga in some way or other. But in these it happens only in the first 11 which I have listed here. May not be able to see it, you need not worry about it. They are hard astronomy. By that, what I mean is, in comparison with the later texts, I can easily see that these are later in the sense, later than the common era. The division 1 thumb rule is that if there are weekdays mentioned, then it should be slightly later. If there are no weekdays, yes, hold it on. Because in the Vedic period, they did not have weekdays, Bhanuvara, Somavara. They had only Paksha, Shukla Paksha, Krishna Paksha. And with the help of that, they were able to manage all their calendars. So they do not need, Sunday has to be a holiday. So that is going to be a discriminator here. And with that help, we went out and seeking what is contained in this Vriddhagarga text, what I call the Vriddhagargiya Jyotisha. It has 24 angas. Angas means primary sections. Then it has about 38 upangar, secondary sections. But all this, you have to understand, is manuscript. It's a massive manuscript combined together. So it is not like a textbook. I can bring and say, okay, this is Aryabhata's text. This is Brahmagupta's text. It is not like that. So many things are added up, maybe from the most ancient to the modern period, say about 100 AD or 200 AD even could have been added to these things. So a lot of sifting is needed, personal reading and editing and all that. And you would see the difficulty is all these are in some peculiar scripts, at least the way you can see that, Devanagari mostly. There are also other Bengali script and there is one Malayalam script. Fortunately, that Malayalam script thing is a Siddhantic astronomy. So we did not get into that because it is, we know that it is pretty later. And in this, you can see that it contains what I was telling about the tripartite division. Chandra, Nakshatra, then Rahu Charita, Brihaspatichara, Shukrachara, Ketumala, Shaneshchara is about planets, Angaraka, Buddha, Adityachara, etc. Then there is one peculiar title called Mahasalilam. And then in the Upangas, there is again Graha Kosha, Graha Samagama, Graha Pradakshini, all Graha, it comes up. Then there is one called Yuga Purana. Then there is another called Ulka Lakshana, then Ritu Swabhava, etc., etc. So it is a whole kind of astronomy which is there. There is about rainfall. There is something about earthquakes also in these things. But when we go into these things, see that this text is still in manuscript form. It is not fully edited because there are about 5,000 shlokas. We have not been able to fully edit and bring it out as a publication. We have done only about 400 shlokas in the first 5 chapters or so, and later on I will show you one more. My interest got shifted a little bit because the perspective, you can say, is slightly changed towards what is called this Mahasalilam. That Mahasalilam, which I put up here, is wholly in prose, whereas the others are all in Anushtup Chandas, mostly Anushtup, a few others are also there. Mahasalilam is totally in prose. There are also other chapters like Rahucharita. One chapter is in prose, the others are in different. Here also there is something on Rashtrotpata Lakshana and others. There is called a Janat Mara Shanti, which is totally in prose with Rigvedic mantras and all that, as though it is a Shanti Kalpa, which belongs to the proper as a Vedic text perhaps in the more ancient period. So it turns out, yes sir. I can't hear you. Ulka Lakshana. Yeah, that's, see, these are specialities which helps us to separate it out. The first Ulka Lakshana is by Asita Devala. Shloka says, so it is an interpolation. Second one is by Garga, which may be by the original Garga. But Garga himself, who was that? In fact, I have put up a timeline there. Adityachara 1300 BC. Because that Adityachara gives a set of seasonal nakshatras which can be dated, which you have already published, so that is why I am not going into the details of that. That can be shown to be valid for 1300 BC. You can imagine. It is a very ancient thing. Roughly earlier than what I would call Lagadas Vedanga Jyotisha. Lagadas Jyotisha, I would say. Parashara also belongs to the same period because Parashara Tantra says the same Adityachara in prose, whereas here in this text, the same thing is available in poetry. I have published this, so lack of time, I am not going into that. But the same text towards the end, in the 59th section, so totally there are 64 angas in this Jyotisha. There is some traditional statements which say Jyotisha should have 64 anga and all that. No other text has 64 angas which are available except this. Here also there are 2 you have to add. There are 62 plus introduction, it becomes 64. Not otherwise. So this Rutusvabhava, we can show that it belongs to 500 BC. So you can see this text culturally very important, historically very important. By this text I mean the manuscript bundle. The manuscript bundle is something like a treasure because it covers footprints from 1300 to 500. About 800 years. So whatever information may be there in between, it may be from modern angle, may be junk, like, Gajalakshana or Ashwalakshana, maybe. But it has something important to the society of those days. So people who are interested in cultural history, social history, anthropology, for example, this Nakshatra Karma Guna, it says, Kritika Nakshatra is meant for Kanyopanayana. Now Kanyopanayana is unheard of nowadays, or it may be there in some forum, is only as a right. He says Kritika Nakshatra, Kanyopanayanam Kuryat, clearly everything is said. So that belongs to at least 500 BC, and perhaps in those days that was happening. Well, anyway, now my point here is this Mahasalilam, which is in prose, is older than 1300 BC. That belongs to something like 1600. How did I come to this conclusion? What is the connection of this with the Vedic period or Vedas? Briefly, I will talk about that. Now, the text of this MS is called Mahasalilam. It has 2 chapters. One is called the Prashnadhyaya, Prashna Nirdesha. The second Adhyaya is called the Bhashya. Bhashya means is the explanation for the questions which are there. Now, the questions are about 100 questions are there. And those questions are the questions which a high school student or a college student will ask even to this day. If he has to is open eyes and look at the world, look at the nature, and then keep on asking questions independently, not influenced by anyone else, you can see the questions are about cosmogony, how this world is created, cosmography, how are these things are distributed, then sun, moon, planets, Rahu, that is the eclipse causer, Ketu, that is the comets, nakshatras, stars. See, nakshatras and stars are somewhat different. Generally, in popular usage, we use the same word. But nakshatra can be composed of stars. A nakshatra can have more than one stars. The nakshatras, are, at least in the ancient period, it was used to refer to the ecliptic nakshatras, or that group, that is the zodiac. If time permits, I will say something on it later. But the stars can be anywhere. Agastya is a star, Dhruva is a star, Dharmavyada is a star. Now, similarly, seasons, rainfall, earthquakes, and so many things are asked. And the language, I will simply just read one or two sentences. Athato mahasalilam anuvyakyasyamaha itihasmaha bhagavan. This itihasmaha is very common in the Upanishads and also in the ancient texts. Then it continues, Bhagiratyaha Surajala Mahinyaha, let us not worry about it. The red colored ones you can see, who was Angirasam Maharshim Vriddhagargam Vishwamitro Mahatapascha Abhigamya Katantare Anupapracha Angirasam. So it is Vishwamitra who questions that is Garga about these things. What he asked, Tatra Kathamiyam Prithivi Pradur Babuva Kasmachayam Prithivi Kvava Tishtati, where is it staying? Katham va antariksham, katham va jauhu, etc., etc. This Prithivi Kvava Tishtati should be a very important thing, because later on there are so many questions which have come up in Indian history. When did astronomers know that Earth is a globe, Earth is a sphere? Whereas in the earlier text it is not so clear at all whether they handled Earth as a sphere or as only a kurma, or as a hemisphere, or even as flat. So these are differences of opinion which are there. Now it continues like this, and it asks for the distances between sun and moon, Prithvi and stars. Not that they are all answered. Roughly some answers are given, whether they are right or wrong is another question. Katham va ayam rahuhu surya chandramasau grinhite katham va ime dhumaketavah pradurbhutah. I am stressing this because in the ancient period, comets were extremely important in the life of people or in the life of astronomers, or the astronomers who were both Vriddhagarga and Parashara, both were concerned about comets, whereas in the later period we don't see so much about anything about comets at all, because they became mathematical. Whatever may be the reason, that is different. We will not discuss it here. And he also asked, how are they measured? How are comets measured? Why some are hiding? Why some are being seen, etc. Then he also asked about Samvatsara, Rutu, Parva, Graha, Nakshatra, Muhurta, Karananam, Va Kim Pramanam Adihiva. What is the dimension, what is the magnitude of this? Please see, there is no Tithi word there. There is no Masa word also there. It is the Karana which was important. They were managing everything with that. Later on it would seem, in fact it was so. But Vriddhagarga Jyotisha in the earlier chapters develops all of these things. Tithi is developed, Karana is also developed. In the initial chapters, what all which is said here, it is increased. Maybe in the school of that, his followers or his students, in the later generations, maybe 200 years, 300 years, developed all those concepts. But we have edited the first 7 chapters and published. Tithi Karma Guna is also published, where he gives the value of Tithi, how it should be done, but not here in the older one. This again gives a chronological picture, which is older, which is later. And it tells something about the development of astronomy in this country in the more ancient period. And he asks, Katham veme saptarshaya paryagachanti Bhrigu Agastya Mriga Vyadadayascha. He was very particular about this. how they are rising, how they are going around and all that. Well, this is the Prashna Nirdesha. Then the answer keeps on going, not going to all the details, it's too detailed. And what it establishes, according to me, is that Mahasalilam is the original Vedanga Jyotisha. We all know the 6 Angas were mentioned and all that, but which is Vedanga as far as Jyotisha is concerned? Because the Vedanga, with the help of it, I should be able to understand something about Vedas. Now, with Lagadas, Archa, Yajusha, Jyotisha, we do get some idea, no doubt on that, because it also belongs to a very ancient period, but I can't understand any line of a Veda, of Rig Veda or Yajur Veda, anything with the help of what is there in the Vedanga Jyotisha of Lagada, as it is right now. And there is a lot of controversy about it, I will not go into those details. Whereas with this we can understand. With Parashara also we can to some extent, but Parashara we don't have the original manuscript and all that. So it is, somebody would say it is a hearsay, it has been transmitted and all that. But here it is not like that. Anybody can read these things and see for themselves. Unfortunately, the persons who saw this text first, Pingree and his group of people, they have published quite a few papers on what they call this a Gargiya Jyotisha, which all of you know. And in the contents, I should not blame them because they followed Pingree. They said Mahasalilam, bracket, contents, rainfall. That's all what they have said. So it would seem that Salilam today means water, as I see. There are so many other words also. But to say, Apava idamagre Salilam asit, hence Salila means it has to be Apa only, will not be the right thing. In fact, it is not. Rainfall is there. A very interesting rainfall theory, which touches on modern principles of atmospheric sciences, but I will not go into that here. So, this Mahasalilam in the Vedanga Jyotisha, in the Mahasalilam, what it says is, about creation, I am just reading one thing. Salilamiva asid ande tamasi niramaye loke, tatra andam divya rupam adbhutam sambhabhuva. Very simple Sanskrit, I am sure all of you will be able to follow this. Andam mahat pramanam itas chetascha sandhavati, tatra brahma atmanam asrajat. Brahma created himself. It is not some God coming and creating something. It is not like that. It is a self-similar creation, self-created. And then tatra dvida andam abhavati. Because of that birth, it became, you can call it if you want a big bang or whatever, it is up to you. It is split into two. The top part became Jyauh, the bottom part became Prathitam, that is, became wide, that is why it is called Prithvi. In between what was there is called Antariksha, because you can see in between. So Antaram Ikshate, the Antariksha is what they have said. And how he created, he gives it. That creation is there in all the Vedic texts. I will not repeat it. There is a variation to this creation. In the Aitareya Brahmana, in the Gopata Brahmana, and in the Rig Veda, in the Yajur Veda, slight differences are there. But all of them are agreed on one point, namely that it is tamas and salila. Tamas means not darkness, it is a dark matter. That itself was the matter. So what was the primordial matter? You can call it, or you can call it tamas. So it was a tamas is not the quality of darkness, but it is the matter itself. And this comes up in the Rig Veda. This is where the Rig Vedic connection, the Vedic connection slowly develops between this Mahasalilam and the more ancient text. In the Rig Veda 10th mandala, you see, Tama asit tamasa gudam agre apraketam salilam sarvama idam, etc. And also in Manusmriti and so many other places it is there. And Sayinacharya in his commentary explains that the primordial matter was called Abhu, and he saw tamas is Maya, he writes. It's a way that we have to express amongst ourselves. After all, we use the same words again and again, but the meanings may be slightly different because we are talking about the first creation. Who knows that? It is a model that we are talking about it. And all these are agreed on one thing. Apart from dark matter, the first to be born as something to be seen is Aditya. It's called sun somewhere. So in some places it is going to be called Agni. And then it is Bhrigu, then Angirasa. Bhrigu is Shukra, what we call Venus today, and Angirasa is Jupiter, what we call Brihaspati or Jupiter today. Then the remaining things go, there are quite a bit of variation. But Shukra was the first astronomical body next to Sun to be born or to be, you can say, to be perceived or to be manifested in human mind, whatever you may like to call it. Now this is the same thing here, and he also talks of then Vasishta Paksha. This Vasishta Paksha is a very peculiar word. We don't see in any other text except in the Puranas, particularly in the Brahmanda Purana. They are also called Brahmanaha, Putra, Manasa, Ashtavishtrutaha. Not going to details. They are also the Manasa Putras. That is the Saptarshi. The Saptarshi was also has come out of this as the Vasishta Paksha. Now the text seems to mean the first instant even light was not existent, because he says, I think it was there previously, among these things after the Swahakara, Panchame Swahakare Gauha Ajayata, Shashte Swahakare Tejaha. I cannot take this Gauha as a cow and then say that the next one is going to be light. That Gauha is going to be only some kind of rays, as it is there in other places, where the rays are the Rashmis, which is one of the meaning given even in Nirukta. Now, it goes on like this. I will not go into details. The more important thing is about grahas or planets. Vedoktanam grahanam ashtashatam sankhyaayate. Tatra ekashatam ketunam patyate. So there are 108 grahas as per Veda. What is this word graha? It becomes more complicated. Time permits, I will come to that. There, ekashatam ketuna, 101 are ketu. The remaining are Soma, Arka, then 5 Tara Graha, Pancha Tara Graha. They are the planets. So, Tasmat Ashtashata Sankhyaite, he gives. Important thing, for each of the planets, and also Sun and Moon, he gives the brightness. The brightness here is in terms of the Rashmi, or the number of rays. What he said previously, that rays. Shukla Varna Rashmayaha Shodasha, for whom Shukraha. Then he says, gives some more details. Pragdvarasha, Anya Dwadasha Rashmihi Brahaspatihi, Tamra Varnaha Navarashmihi Angarakaha, Surya Putraha Pancha Rashmihi Shanaishcharati iti Shanaishcharaha, Soma Putraha Sapta Rashmihi Buddhaha Bodhana, etc. Keeps on going like that. I made a table of these Rashmi here, and then mark the modern magnitude values, because magnitude is also a kind of brightness, or what a common human being, not about specific astronomers looking through some devices. It is common values which I put up, and you can see there is a relationship, there is a linear relation, because even the Rashmis have to be on the logarithmic scale, so it is a semi-log plot which is there. So don't look at the numbers so seriously, but qualitatively, these people were observers of the sky. And as it is said in the Vedas, everything is about sky, about Divi, Divya and all that. It is sky observation which has been continuing, and these are the highest of the Vedic, if you want to call it, the sky observations. Then Rahu also it goes on, and Rahu, very interesting thing, Savai Shanmasya Parvani Yugapat Upathishtati. He is going to be there every 6 months, going to be staying there near the Parva, waiting to capture maybe. And the 6 monthly interval is quite well known in astronomy as an eclipse cycle. And if the 6 monthly eclipses are there, they should have observed it only. It is about the moon mostly. And the longest cycle that is possible at 6 months breaks at 7. So you can have a sequence of 6 or 7 eclipses. The tetrads are going to be 4 intermediate total eclipses. And then the remaining would be partial or even penumbral eclipses. That is how it is. That is very well established in modern astronomy. And not in Mahasalilam, but in the Vridagargya Jyotisha, in the regular chapter, he says, Sapta Vikramaha. There are only 7 Vikramas at 6 months, then it breaks. How did they come to know that there is going to be 7 and it breaks? There was no orbital astronomy in those days, we can be sure. It has to be only observational. This is same thing comes up even in 2 other texts. That is in Parashara Tantra, as well as in a text called Atharva Veda Parishishta. Atharva Veda Parishishta belongs to, as it is fixed, it's a later period, but it would contain so much of ancient material put in it. It also says, lunar eclipse, our teachers have said it occurs once in 6 months, then it breaks. How it should have been observed? And in the other work I have shown it, I will not present it here, but in the book that Professor Gopinath is holding, the table I have given, that somewhere in the 15th century BC, near Rajasthan, this could have been observed. Important thing is, lunar eclipse occurs same all over the earth. That is okay. But it should be seen. So it should have been night here when they saw it. So that is a very rare thing. You know? So it's possible to verify that it occurred somewhere in 1500 BC. And this seems to have been carried over to modern period in the Samhitas of Brihat Samhita and also perhaps in the Siddhantic astronomy, because every 6 months there is a Parvesha Ganana. These 7 Parveshas are called Brahma, Shashi, Indra, Kubera, Varuna, Agni, Yama. This comes up in Brihat Samhita, this comes up in all Samhita texts. So there are 7, but these come at 6 monthly intervals. It is not the every Parva or every Purnima. That is not the thing. It is 6 monthly counting. And the 6 monthly counting is there. And I suspect in Siddhantic astronomy it should be somewhere hidden, some numbers or some concept about the 6 monthly variation. Now, Ketu also it is there, very detailed, because these Ketus are, as he says, are combined with the Vedas. It's a Vedoktanam. And in fact, in the Rig Veda and other Vedas, there is reference to Dhumaketus. I will not go into those details. He gives the measures of those. They should be measured by the head, that is Shikha, how long it is. There is a Hasta. Hasta is, you should not take it as this Hasta, but angularly if you see it, how much they would look like in terms of angular measures, maybe 3 degrees, 10 degrees, 5 degrees kind of thing. Whatever it is, he gives a measure. And he also gives an opinion difference because they were all Meru-centric astronomy. This is another thing which comes up here, that they also Tattvan niyatam ete picha merum paryagachanti surya rashmin vahamanaha surya muktaha darshyante iti bagurihi aha, not Virdagarga. So there is a difference of opinion between Garga and Baguri, and he introduces new astronomers' names also like this. And this Patyante perhaps refers to some other text or oral tradition. Let us skip it. Let's go further. He talks about, obviously about the Vedic practice of Darsha Purnamasa, very detailed, and bringing in the word Sannaya, which is a Vedic word. What is the connection between Sannaya, Amavasya, and all those things? Become too technical. You skip it. But Purnatiti Paurnamasam Kalo Bhavati. So after one cycle, you start from Purnima. For another Purnima, it becomes Purna Tithi. So the word Tithi is used as an index. From here to here, like a bookend. From this bookend to that bookend, it becomes one thing. And in that sense, Tithi is used. Maybe later on, his followers took this concept and used it in other senses also. It also refers particularly what starts Agastya and Saptarshi. Now, Agastya and Saptarshi, Yacha Yesha Trimshat Agastya Saptarshi Pravartayaha Sarvaha Evacha Taraha Etani Sukurtinam Sthanani. Now, this attracts another link with the Veda, which I will show. That is how I was very much involved with this text. I will show that connection also. There is also a calendar, because he asked the question, among the Paksha, among the Ritu, among these, which is the first? He answers all of them. He says, Divasanam Shukla Pratipat, Muhurtanam Raudraha, Karananam Kinstugnaha, Grahanam Suryaha, Taranam Dhruvaha. Again Dhruva comes, and again there is no Tithi here in the answers. We will skip that. Then Trayaha Ritavaha Ityaha Krishnatreyaha. Rutu, the definition he gives, it is a repetition or a rhythm. So, Shad Gargaha. Garga said, no, there are 6 Rutus which are stuck. Dwadasha iti Naradaha, the 12, is not Masa, it is the Ritavaha. Chaturvimshati Ityaha Bagurihi. Bagurihi is 24, because Chaturvimshati Ardha Masa, it is a Vedic concept. Samvatsaradalli, in Samvatsara, there are 24 Ardha Masas, So that is the definition in the Yajurveda. At Trinisi Shatani Shat Shashtani Ityaha Kroshtuki. Finally, what Kroshtuki says? Stuck. There are 2 things which are stuck. Garga, what he said, and his son is Kroshtuki. He also said 366. These 2 are the things which have been carried on, that there are 6 Ritus and 366 days in a Samvatsara. That is what has continued and what has been taken up by Lagada also in his Vedanta Jyotisha. And Sankhyaha, Yajne Sankhyaayam Pancha Samvatsaraha, Dasha Surya Ayanani, Chatustrimshat Chandrayana Shatam Bhavati. This is the parameter for Lagada's Vedanta Jyotisha. There are 10 Ayanas. Wherever it starts, where is the Udaya is another question. Where the Uttarayana happened with which star is another question. But in this cycle, independently, these are the numbers which are there. And he also says, Udagayana is the starting. Udagayanaste savitari brahma kshatrasya sarvasam ijjanam arambho bhavati ityahu veda veda vidascha sarve. Veda aveda vidascha sarve. So veda vida, aveda vida, all said, it is only in this Uttarayana, all these good things have to start. And it ends with the following, Ityeta Jyotishangam Mahata Salilarnavadi Praja Sambhavanad iti. It is the Mahasalila, it starts, this is the Jyotishanga, and Ataham, etc., etc. Etat Vijnana Paramam. This is the highest science, is what it claims. Now, little bit more, in a few minutes left to me, the special points are Prithvi divided into 4 dvipas. Pragjyotisha, Jambu, Ketumala and Uttarakuru. Whereas in the later text there are 7 dvipas and also 14 and all. There's only 4. And then Meru Mountains is the center. Sarveshan dvipanam uttarena meruho. Dhruvan jyotihi achalam mero murti pratishtitam. Taddi brahmana purvam samstapya dhruvam yasmin hi etat avasaktam jyotish chakram ajasram parivartate etc. Evam udayastamana madhyanha ratraha samvibhajate sarva prithvi. This concept of morning, afternoon, evening and night in the 4, it's also in the Brahmanda Purana. And also later in the Siddhantic astronomy, it comes in a slightly different way. Yavakoti, Romakapura and these things, where sun is rising, in the opposite thing it is setting kind of thing. There is a concept of circularity at least, maybe leading to sphericity over time. It's very clear, and he says these have to be, when in the Pragjyotisha it is rising, it is evening in the Ketumala, he says. So, and Jambu Dvipa it is going to be afternoon and kind of thing. So this concept becomes important, and Agastya and Saptarshi are stars. And there with the stars is what is already said. They are the Rishis, Sukritinam Loka. So there would have been, if you want a date for them, they should have been older than this text at least. That is how we can put a lower bound on this. Now we have to know about Meru and Dhruva's legends in the Puranas. All of us know story of Dhruva, I need not tell you anything about it. A son of Uttanapada, and he became the pole star, fixed, along with his mother by name Suniti, and Uttanapada remains somewhere near him in the Vishnu Loka. These are the things, the legend of Dhruva. This is connected because every place he says the celestials are connected to Dhruva. So what is the Dhruva? He says it is in the top of Meru. Later on it has collapsed in the Siddhantic period to become an imaginary point, and the celestial globe used the same word Dhruva. Dhruva means fixed also, as Professor Pai was telling. It is used in that sense also, no doubt. Now, briefly we will see here, I have put up a globe. What it means is, there are three periodicities for Earth, as we know. One is the diurnal, second is the annual, which goes around the sun, samvatsara happens. But there is also a slow movement for the axis of the Earth. And the point which goes to the celestial pole, or the celestial, you can say, sphere, that is going to be the north celestial pole at that time. And if there is a star there, that becomes the Dhruva Nakshatra. So this gives a wonderful idea, very powerful idea to understand Tachiro dharmo murdhanam brahma uttarahanuhu yajno adhara Vishnur hridayam samvatsara prajananam ashvinav purvapadav atrir madhya mitra varnav aparapadav agni puchasya prathamam kandam tata indras tata prajapatihi abhayam chaturtham. It stops with the fourth. The chaturtham word also has to be, see, in the Vedas generally no word is used which is useless, so to say. After all, it is the original one. We have to make meaning out of it, not ask them what is the meaning of it. So the fourth one was called Abhaya. Abhaya is fearless. And it doesn't stop there. Sa va yesha divya shakvara shishumara. This is the powerful Shishumara. Shakwara means a powerful animal. This is the powerful animal Shishumara. Where is he? He is Divya, he is in the sky. This Shishumara is in the sky. Yavedam punamrityam jayati. Who knows this, he will not die, etc., etc. Nadvani pramiyate. Dhuruvastvamasi, dhuruvasya kshitamasi, tvam bhutanam adhipatirasi, tvam bhutanam shreshtosi, tvam bhutani upaparyavartante, namaste, namaha shishu kumaraya. That is the mantra. This is supposed to be said, as Sainacharya explains later on, every day in the evening after Sandhya Vandanam, turn to the north, look at the Dhruva Mandala, and with the help of this Brahmopasthana should be done. And who is the Brahma here? You can imagine anyway. That Shishumara, that figure itself was originally, at least in this case, described as Dhruvaha, this fixed, constant. Eventually that Abhaya, the fearless last star, became the Dhruva, or that was the Dhruva in a modern Laukika sense, because that was fixed without any variation. Now, well, anyway, I put up a translation here. Well, it's not important right now. I will show you. In the Brahmanda Purana, the same thing is there, with except that Brahma is changed to Uttanapada. And we also know in some of the Puranas, Uttanapada becomes one of the Prajapatis. In one of the Manvantaras later on, there such a story comes. And there are 14 Manvantaras or so and things of that kind. seems to have come from this number 14. Anyway, without going into too much details, Brahmanda Purana says, one who knows the 14 stars correctly lives longer by that many years. I want this statement, please remember, because there is a historical verification for this 1000 years back. Now the names of the 14 stars are given, and it is clearly said there are Chaturdasha. There are only 14 stars. And also he says, Agnischa, Mahendrascha, Marichaha, Kashyapa, Dhruvaha, Tarakaha, Shishumarasya, Nastam Yanti Chatushtayam. They don't set the last four. They are circumpolar. In fact, in the Taittiriya Aranyaka also it comes, Kashyapa, Pashyakaha, Merum Najahati. He doesn't leave the Meru. Meru means what? It is a flat area which they imagined at the top. He doesn't leave that place. It's circumpolar. And in fact, in the Panchavimsha Brahmana and in other Brahmanas, Shishumara, there is what is called a Shakwara Saman. That Shakwara Saman is sung for crossing the oceans. For crossing the oceans, you sing the Shakwara Saman is given. And the Shakwara Saman comes out of the Shishumara Rishi. That is the Upakhyana there. You can see the connections in all these things. Now, the Puranas imagine this kind of astronomy, you can say, if you want. Initially, it started where it is said everything is fixed. In the Mahasala, it said to the pole, to the Dhruva. Here also, it continues with that, either like a potter wheel. The whole, celestials are turning around the center point. You know, the center may also turn a little bit. He says that also. Then they found it is not very proper. So he went to the oil mill model, where he also put a inclined thing, maybe to represent obliquity. Now, these are all concepts. In the history of specific things, of observations, he discovered this is one thing. But history of ideas is also equally important. Without the history of ideas, you don't get the history of the objects or history of the theories or history of astronomy. And in Mahasalam it is there, Prithvi Tirya Gurdvam Yavana Veva, it comes like that. Antariksha and Prithvi, Tirya Gurdvam. It is not Tiryak, it is not Prathana, but Tirya Gurdvam. It is horizontal and also above. There is a word like that. So brief ideas are there. Now, if you see this, Brahmanda Purana would have taken some concepts from that, and why the Puranic Dhruva is not the pole star. Today there is a pole star. Tell the story to our children, they will ask, show me Dhruva. You can show it in the sky in the night if you can, it is visible, or go to the planetarium and show it. Where you would see it, this is the Dhruva. There it is in the center which is shown. But the Purana and the Taittiriya Aranyaka, they have the 14 stars. They are in this way, one which I am showing, what is called Draco in modern astronomy. Because the Ashwinau, Purvapadav, Mitravarnau, Aparapav, they have to have two legs in both the places. There has to be a bend. That bend is there only in Draco. And that is called, even in astronomy and even in Islamic astronomy, they recognize these things. There are two bends. They give various names also for that. And the face looks like a serpent or a gharial or a crocodile. Whereas the Ursa Minor, which is the present day, Dhruva carrier, doesn't answer to that question of 14 stars. There are also other infirmities with it. Slowly we will come to that. Now I'm just putting up here a figure of what may be what was the Dhruva in the older times as per modern astronomy only. That is, Draco is known to have carried Alpha Draconis. That Alpha Draconis, called in Persian Thuban, which is taken over by Western astronomy also. Thuban was the pole star during the period of the pyramids, during the period of some other things. Even though there is no reference to pole star, to the extent I know in Egyptian astronomy, they might have known it. There is no specific. I have to close it? Yeah, I need another 10 minutes, okay? Yeah, 10 minutes I will wait. Yeah, sure. because the new perspective has to come, so I have to show this. This pole star, this star, its declination changed from lower values to 90 degrees. The 90 was almost there in 2830 BC. Then later on it went on changing. Why this is important, I am showing this, because a very important Vedic ritual called Dhruva Darshanam. Dhruva Darshanam is a must in marriages, in Hindu marriages. Without Dhruva Darshanam, either as a ritual or as actual observation, it is not supposed to be complete. And this started in around 3000 BC, you can see, because that is what comes up in the later Grihya Sutra, and it continues to this day. The Dhruva Darshanam ritual, you ask, it continues to this day. Where they look in the afternoon, I don't know, but it is there. Now, as it changed, you can see I have put up on the other side the geolatitude. Kanchipuram at about 12 degrees, then Ujjain at about 25 degrees, Kurukshetra at about 30 degrees. Now, near Kanchipuram, by about 500 BC, the star would no more be circumpolar. This is circumpolarity, which as you come down, in some season it will be seen, in some season it will not be seen. They would know where it is. If they were very, Vaidika people, they would know. And in the season it was seen, maybe they were doing the marriages. I am not sure. Maybe that is how the concept has come. But in the north, you can see, it is very important. They will say, no, Dhruva Darshan is important. Whereas in the south, it is the Arundhati Darshan they would keep on telling, not so much about Dhruva. But in the text, they would write both Dhruva and Arundhati Darshan. This is how the culture has changed. It has absorbed the astronomical culture, something of the cosmos, something of the universe, but that is also getting modulated. But this, one of the astronomers wanted to set it right. That is the interesting story here. Now, there is also what is called a Dhruva Graha in the Vedas, in the Agnishtoma and all that. That was about this pole star only, because he says there is a explanation. Ayurva etat yajnasya, etc. Asurava uttaratha prithivim paryachikirshan. Tan deva druvena adrmahanta. Tad druvasya dhruvatvam. So Dhruva, they fixed, because Asuras wanted to shift the Prithvi. And hence, even if it is a graha, as a cup which is used, there is a one-to-one relationship between the Dhruva star and the Dhruva graha in this. It is also used for abhichara and other purposes. I will not go into those details. But with the time passed, Maitrayani Aranyaka says, the king asked why even Dhruva is moving. In fact, this is the starting point of what I would say Vedanta discussions, philosophy and all that. It's a community who thought fixed star is there, he is the Achyuta, he is the Dhruva. You're worshipping him and be happy with it. In the marriages looking at it and telling the same mantra and all that. But suddenly, this Brihadrata says, before me there were 16 Chakravartis, Shashabindu, Harishchandra, Ambarisha, Nanaktu. What happened to them? And then he also says, even Prapatanam, Shikharinam Prapatanam, Dhuruvasya Prachalanam. Even Dhruva is moving. Why it is happening like this? And this, there is a change from the Dhuruvadi system of observation of the sky to Maghadi system. Because in the same period, it is said, Maghadyam, Shravishtartham, Maghadyam, somewhere I have to read it. Okay. Shravishtartham Agnyayam Kramena Utkramena Sapadyam Shravishtarthantam. The summer solstice started with the Magha Nakshatra, is what this says. It doesn't say anything more than that, but half of the Shravishta is the Uttarayana, is the meaning. This can be dated. And this can be dated to roughly 1800 BC. We can go through the details. That's what we have done. And again, another link comes up of the Purana. And again of Dhruva and all of those things. Because Purana I can't imagine without Dhruva and all that. The Brahmanda Purana says the equinoctial position. When Kritika is in 1/4, there is a Purnima in Vishaka. There is the equinoctial full moon. When Surya is going to be in 3/4 Vishaka, there is a Purnima in Kritika 1/4, it says. Because it is Purnima and because it is with the equinox, we can date it. That's what you have done in the upper diagram. And that belongs to 1900 to 1600 BC. And that matches with the other things. And later on comes your Shravishtadi of Uttarayana, which will be about 1300 BC. Now, all this takes up, and from where? Dhruva Kshitihi, Dhruva Yonihi, Dhruvamasi. This was the mantra which was used. Even today, this is supposed to be used for the fixed Dhruva of those time. But people believed all these things and came to the common era also. I'll skip it because it is, it's telling the time is up. The Griha Sutra says, even if it's not seen, you say it's seen. It's a Paraskar Griha Sutra, Astamite Dhruvam Darshayati, and they say, Sa yadi na pashye, pashyami ityeva bruyat. Then only the marriage is complete. And Kalidasa also seems to support it. Dhruvena Bhartra Dhruva Darshanaya Prayujyamana Priya Darshanena Sa Drishta Ityanana Munnamaya Hrisanna Kanti Katama Pivacha. It's in the Kumar Sambhava. It's a very beautiful shloka. Dhruva Darshana, Shiva wants Parvati to say, she very shy. She says, somehow she said, yes, I have seen it. Matches with that, because in the Kalidasa's period there would be no Dhruva. He would have carried the Vedic information only. So, why I wanted you to remember the 14 stars? Because of Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni had no business to say something wrong if he had not heard it. He has heard it from his people that the devout Hindus, he laughs at them, he ridicules them, think their pole star in the 10th century, 11th century, is in the end of an animal called Shishumara, which is in the sky. And so he laughs at it and he says, these people say, if you know it correctly, 14 years of your life will be improved because of the 14 nakshatras which is there. Anyway, it goes up like this. The Siddhantic astronomers did not touch with a 10-foot pole, particularly Shishumara and the Vedic Dhruva. They had other reasons for that, they had other business to do, because a new star was coming near, the Dhruva Matsya, which was called Tara Matsya in the Vridagargiya Jyotishas, they called it Dhruva Matsya. But the Vedic people, they remembered. See, Nakshatra Nemir Nakshatri in the Vishnu Sahasranama, it is explained. It is Vishnu Hrudayam iti Taitirya Aranikam. That is what Shankaracharya explains. That is the same thing even in Sri Vaishnava and the other explanations also. And the two things merged. The ancient Vedic thing which was coming up is the memory, and the modern scientific thing which was coming up by the astronomers. So Brahmagupta clearly said that it is a Dhruva Matsya near the pole, and Bhaskaracharya gave a very detailed thing how the Dhruva Matsya should be recognized, where is the Dhruva in the Mukhatara and for turning up, and they used it to criticize the Jaina concept of astronomy and all that. And slowly in the 15th century, Padmanabha created a clock so that looking at it as an astrolabe, you can fix up the time in the night, how the stars, the Dhruva Matsya star, not the Shishumara star. He fixed it up. In the 17th century, there should have been a great turmoil in Kashi. Which star to be seen by the bride? Well, because the original star, they might have known it, it was at almost on the horizon in the northeast at about 2 degrees altitude or so. It could not be seen properly, even though it was circumpolar still in the 16th, 17th century. And he clearly says, Chale chale pe dhruvabe someshat, Rashitrayin tad dhruvaka sharastu, Shashashti bhaga parinita narya, Mahatpalam darshanato astiyasya. He clearly said the star to be seen is in the spirit Dhruva. Dhruva is fixed. He has to tell the mantra, the Vedic mantra, that can only be the star which is at 66 degrees Shara, that is same as the modern pole star. I put up the whole thing as a synoptic here. The present day Dhruva is shown at the top 2000 here. The Abhaya Dhruva along with Suniti here, this is the polar circle. 2000 BC, 0 is the common era, minus 2000 is BCE, then minus 4000 is also BCE. Somewhere here in 3000 BCE comes the Taittiriya Aranyaka. That is when this mantra got developed for marriage purposes. Later on, it changed. There was no Dhruva star along this line. So Maitreya Aranyaka and all these people wondered, where is Dhruva, why it is not there. One more came, and then they called Kamalakar Bhatta. It was given to another Siddhantic astronomer to say that was the star. Put up the same thing as a stratigraphy were only for Dhruva, and eventually it merged as you come up along the 45-degree line from 3000 BC to 2000 CE, about 5000 years. So there is in between, you would see one icon here of a Shishumara icon, small icon, that is used in Karnataka in many of the Madhva Sampradaya temples. It is Vishnu shown as a Shishumara with 4 legs, with Dhruva sitting at the top. Well, if this runs, I don't know whether I can run it. It is a long time clock that I wanted to show. Maybe it doesn't run. Okay, I will conclude it. My new perception, what I want to present in front of you. The Parashar Tantra and the Vridagargya text should be considered as Vedanga Jyotisha, like the calendar of Lagada. It is not sufficient if you say to students, if you say in other places, we have one text before Aryabhata, that is Vedanga Jyotisha of Lagada. And that also you can say Archa Jyotisha, Yajusha Jyotisha, but it is generally said Vijay, Vedanga Jyotisha. We have to recognize there are 2 other texts also. Mahasalilam is the most ancient among the Vedanga Jyotisha texts. It belongs to Vridagarga or to some other Vedic Garga, we need not worry. But it is the most ancient text which has come down to us to this day. So we have to recognize it. Vedic, Puranic and later Siddhanta texts have preserved a knowledge of 2 distinct Dhruva pole stars. This is the important message. Even the Siddhantic astronomy, indirectly as we see it, whether they are recognized as a star or not, they are used only as an imaginary point. That is all right. As a technical word they are used. And in Brahmagupta uses it in Dvivachana, Dhruvayoho Nibaddham, he says. Not that he saw the southern pole star. It is only the 2 imaginary poles. Now, the first Dhruva was Thailand star in constellation Shishumara. That was around 3000 BC. Second was in the mouth of Dhrumatsya of the Siddhantic astronomy. So I close remembering who actually Yontah Pravishya Mama Vacham Imam Prasupta. So with Namaskaram to Dhruva of the Bhagavata, I close my talk. Thank you very much. It would seem that the ancient people were trying through their astronomy to combine themselves with the whole cosmos. So they started with that and they wanted to have a division, analytical approach, but the analysis should lead to a synthesis to finally combine. Seems that these 2 figures are extremely important from that point. Thank you.
Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jai Guru Raya. Thank you, Professor Iyengar. Thank you for such a great briefing and enlightening session. It was quite challenging for me to show him all the dramatic scenes to show the watcher because he was into it and there are a lot of interesting pictures being taken there. And for information, we have got 250 plus people watching on YouTube. So we know how interesting session is this. So sorry for interrupting in between. Sorry, Professor. And I would like to request Dr. Sundaraman from Devaki Patasala of Yogi Ramsuratkumar Ashram to facilitate and honor Professor R.K. Iyengar with a memento, please. Thank you, Dr. Sundaraman. Thank you, Professor R.K. Iyengar. Iyengar. Thank you. We will now have a short tea break. Please be informed the refreshments are served at first floor. After the tea break, we will be having the most important session, that is panel discussion. We will look forward for it. So kindly resume to the hall by 5:30 p.m. Thanking you.
check, 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 test, check, test, testing one, check, check. Check, 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 hello, test, check, check, test, check, check. Check, 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 hello, test. Again, Guru. Check, check, check. check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, test. Check, check, test. Check, check, hello. Test, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check, test. Check, check, hello. Test. Check.
Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jai Guru Raya. My pranams to all. I take this opportunity to thank everyone for assembling here on time. We would like to invite the distinguished guest on stage, Professor M.D. Srinivas, Professor Venkatesh Rapai, Professor Ramasubramaniam, and Professor R.N. Iyengar to the stage, please.
Check, check. Check.
Thank you, professors. It has been noted that we have missed to facilitate Professor Pai today morning. We apologize for it. I now request Mr. Suresh, Auditor Suresh of Devaki Veda Patasala to facilitate Professor Pai. Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar. Thank you, Suresha. Thank you, Professor Pai. Without further delay, we shall now start the panel discussion. We know many of you have got questions to ask, so we requested you all to hold on until this session so that all the questions can be summarized and inquired to our distinguished guest. So, before we start, any opening remarks to the professors? We can start or we can go to the questions directly? Sure, sure. Audience, you want to come front row? Mike's name, everyone. As we have only 30 minutes of time, we request to summarize the questions. If any one of you have got multiple questions, we wish to have as many questions, but as a protocol of a conference, we have to end on time. So we are in 5:30, we will try to finish by 6 o'clock. If there is no question, we will see what to be done. So considering this, we will see as many questions we can take it on. To start with, any volunteers to have the questions? Yes, sir, please.
I have one question. Regarding the Vakya system, what has been done? Have we updated the Vakyas to modern times? Have we made any attempts? Because they are obviously out of date for regarding Ayana Chalana and everything. So our Panchangas are not that accurate if they are based on the ancient Vakyas. So has there been any attempt in the recent times to modernize these Vakyas?
So no, the answer is no. It has not been updated. So you have Chandra Vakyas of Varuji, then Madhava has, in 14th century, we have another set of Vakyas called Madhava Vakyas, which are correct up to seconds. After that, we don't have any other texts on Vakya system that at least we didn't identify, and we don't have any other updated Vakyas and the algorithms as well. It's not just the Vakyas, even the algorithms have to be updated and modified. Again, these Vakyas and algorithms, they are based on the Siddhantic parameters. Of course, first one has to update the Siddhantic parameters, and then based on that, one has to update Vakyas. That's.
I don't have any comments.
So this, so there was already some question with regard to the Vakya system that has
that
been,
I understood. I don't have anything for
okay. So this Vakya system, so of late there was a meeting which was held in Varanasi where the main thrust is to see how we will be able to achieve a certain concordance between different panchangas. And if there are discrepancies, what are they based on? To some extent, will we be able to bridge this? So in that conference, So I found a few people representing from the Kerala also. So what Dr. Pai was mentioning is true. We have not made an attempt to write out Vakyas afresh. But what has been done is to add some corrections to the existing Vakyas which will enable us to get a better accuracy. So that is what has been attempted recently, is what I was informed by those Kerala Jyotishis. These Kerala Jyotishis, so I wanted to have a more detailed interaction with them as to what has gone. But this is true that for a long time, so we have sort of lost this tradition, and therefore not much has been attempted to correct those Vakyas.
You see, there are 2-3 aspects to your question. First of all, why did the Vakya system originate? You see, in the Greco-European tradition, we have this, and the Islamic tradition, we have all these tables. Even Ptolemy, he has no analytical calculations discussed. He has prepared tables for everything. So that's what is there. And all Islamic tradition is lots of zijas. A tradition of tables originated in India around 13th century, 14th century, Makaranda Sarini and all that. But this Vakya tradition was older from Vararuchi. It was to enable every, what may be called a village astronomer in every village, to be able to calculate the positions of the moon, sun, at least the sun and moon, and if possible of the planets. So its relevance is at that level, that you should have a simplified method of calculation, but which is accurate. So the question of updating arises if you really are observing in every locality, if you are really using the observed sort of positions and comparing it, etc. So that we have stopped doing in our country for more than 2 centuries or a century and a half. But still the Vakya system can be updated, but you need not start calculating from the beginning of Kali Yuga, but you start from some intermediate close point, and you can make these algorithms a little better. They can take all the known corrections of the moon and things like that, and then it's possible. But updating it is not relevant for our Panchangas. The Panchangas are now started using whatever is the astronomical ephemeris that is provided either by the US one or the Calcutta one. So for that it's not relevant. But what is more relevant about updating Panchangas is their omission of things like Uttarayana and Dakshinayana at the correct time, and differentiating between the ayanas and the entry into various rashis. And so those kind of things will have to be included appropriately in our, that's very important. That's the correction which needs to be done in our Panchanga. And there has to be some better understanding of this, what is called this ayana correction. What is the ayana correction that you want to apply? There are various pakshas. So there has to be more observation, more study of the text to see what will be the 0 point of our Indian, the nakshatra zodiac and things like that. On that work will have to be done. That also cannot be done just like that. So those are the things which are yet to be done.
Namaskaram. Mahapariva wants us to recite when there is heavy rainfall, that Samutram Gaccha Swaha, that slogan. Please explain.
The microphone close to me.
You please explain and tell the slogan.
No. See this.
Here is.
Yeah, no, I know that. Samudram gaccha swaha, antariksham gaccha swaha, devagum savidaram gaccha swaha, horatre gaccha swaha. There is a passage in Taittiriya Samhita. So basically when we have for both, right? So in our tradition, so we try to consider nature. So we consider that the nature is something which can shower us. So whenever we need, and if we feel that it is something which is going to be heavily bothering, so then you may be able to redirect. by appealing to those forces. Okay. So it is in this connection we have something called Karyari Eshti, where we try to pray to the nature that let it come and shower here. And in a similar manner, so this mantra as it is says, so Samudrang Gacha means, I mean, you don't shower here too much, may you be redirected to go and shower there. So it is in that sense. So if with some serious intent, so there have been various instances where people have prayed so intently, we know even recently a couple of centuries ago, so that a person who is supposed to have completely lost life, they can be brought to life. I mean, with that intent, if one is able to invoke the divinity, then one is able to achieve something. So it is with that this mantra has been stated. And this mantra also says, see, Gacha means, I mean, once they are created, I mean, some other wind can come and redirect it. So it is for this reason, Paramacharya said that this can be chanted.
And thank you very much for the deliberations. Professor Iyengar actually had showed a table where he compared the modern values of luminosity of stars and the ancient values that were given. I think 1000 and plus 24, like that, in your presentation, sir. My question is, was there any, besides this variation in the luminosity, was there also a discussion on the distance variation from where they are observing?
That luminosity of the stars that you have listed.
Okay.
Was there also taken into consideration the distance they are away from us? Is there a discussion on that aspect?
See, in the Mahasalilam that I mentioned, it is not there. But in the Vridagargya Jyotisha text, in the other chapters, there is reference to distance, Ucha Nicha. There is no numbers, but they go up and come down is there. And stationarity of particularly Kuja, Angaraka. When he the Vakragati, when he is going, it says he becomes bright. Such statements are there. But no numbers are there for them about the distances. But the diameters are mentioned. There is a Vishkamba is mentioned of the Graha, even in the Mahasalila I did not show that. And also of some of the stars it is there. How they came, how they obtained, I have no idea. But he says the Vishkamba. Vishkamba is some kind of a weird thing. It is mentioned.
As such, so if one were to think about this distance, so I don't think it is feasible that we will be able to get an estimate of the distances of the stars, even for planets. So it is a bit difficult. With the tools that these people have, so it may be very difficult for us to. No, he was asking for stars.
Professor Iyengar showed was for planets.
He was referring to planets. I just mentioned that some measures are there. I don't take it as some distances from one point to another point, but it is there.
So they could spot out the difference in the luminosity.
There is mention of distances from Earth to Sun in the Brahmanda Purana. Whether it's right or wrong is another question, but there is a measure of that. That seems to be connected with the variation of the light from the Uttarayana to Dakshinayana. The daylight changes, in the proportion 2:3 or so, 12 muhurtas to 18 muhurtas. That seems to have been, I have not fully worked out. There are some of the distances seem to be proportional to that, because they need 183 days, and the light has to keep on decreasing by a certain amount, from 18 muhurtas to 12 muhurtas. So they try to put in some kind of a distance in Laksha Yojanas, some 10.8 Laksha Yojanas. Don't ask me what is a Yojana in that case, but such things are there. Maybe as ratios it may be possible, but nobody has worked out the ratios yet properly. Even in the Mahasalila, there is a mention of the yojana of sun, moon and the planets with reference to Dhruva. In certain time of yojanas only it is given. Some places it is mentioned, like in the Brahmanda Purana, when sun is below, moon is going to be above him. But in some of the Puranas, they have omitted the context. It would seem as though moon is above sun. But in the Brahmanda Purana, he clearly says, when it is Dakshinastaha, when he is the extreme Parakashta, sun is in the extreme Parakashta, moon is above, he says. What is that above is not the vertical distance, it should be some azimuthal distance or whatever. So, to understand the ancient above and below, we have to be very careful. It would say Ut and Udagayana, it would mean going up also, not just north. So, north, Uttara, Uttama, that was considered above as well as north. So, that ambiguity is there that will have to be sorted out.
The main thing in this is the extraordinary acuity in observation. There is one more point in Mahasalila, which Professor Iyengar would be writing, that the 15 days sort of the waning and waxing of the moon, that is not uniform. The first 5 days goes at one rate, next 5 days is very steep, and the last 5 days again is going at another rate. It is so, they are giving it in units of 5 tithis each, which shows a very extraordinary and acute observation. That each tithi, the lunar luminosity, the surface which of brightness of moon is not decreasing in 15 days in the same rate. So the first 5 days is one rate, then the next 5 days is a rather steep rate, then again 5 days is a slow rate. So in every aspect, this kind of observational sort of capacity of the astronomers is coming out in this.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please, sir.
In fact, this five-parted division is what is seen even in the Taittiriya Brahmana, that Prajnanam, Vijnanam it comes. And also later if we see even in the Brihad Samhita, towards the end he says, the tithis are named Nanda, Bhadra, Sunanda, and the same thing repeats 3 times he says. That is from the 555. That is how it was. And the Jains have extended this further and they have given different names in sets of 5 only. That is also mentioned.
One more follow-up question, if I may be allowed. Just this, today, like Surya was called Bhaskara. Bha karoti thi Bhaskara. That is the source of light. But when it came to planet, how was the understanding of the brightness attributed to planets? Especially when you mentioned that Shukra in its Vakra becomes more brighter. Okay, they saw it bright, but how did they understand the origin of that brightness in the planets?
See, as far as Gargiya Jyotisha is concerned, I don't know, Professor Iyengar can answer, but Aryabhatiya, it is very clearly stated that they only receive light from the sun. So that is very clear. So by the time of Aryabhata, so 5th century, they clearly say that they only reflect the light of the sun. So, and there is also a certain mention that depending upon how the surface is, it will be brighter or, so that kind of a statement we find in Aryabhatiya. So that is very clear. So that observational aspect. Professor Iyengar, I have one question.
Oh, I will just finish this then. Even the Mahasalila, towards the second half of the answers, Aditya Vashadeva Grahanam Gatihi is mentioned. And when it's near the sun, then when it comes out of the sun, it is called Udaya. When it goes near the sun, it is called Asta is mentioned. But this light, what I mentioned, the Rashmi, that seems to be older. Actually, this Rashmi, number of Rashmis is available even in the Brahmanda Purana. But without any context, it is there. See, Brahmanda Purana has about 600 shlokas in the 21st, 22nd, 23rd chapter, which is astronomical. It refers to a Meru-centric kind of theory. It is not a fully developed theory, but nevertheless, attempt has been done there. Yes, sir, your question.
I have a question to you. You were just mentioning this names, Samjnanam, Vijnanam, Prajnanam, Janat, Bhijanat. So, how are they connected with this? There are 5 names there. Samjnanam, Vijnanam, Prajnanam, Janat, Bhijanat, Sankalpamanam, Prakalpamanam, Upakalpamanam. So, the connection that you were trying to draw with these names was not clear to me.
No, what I meant was the name and the meanings were not searched fully. There could be something. But the division of that sent into 5, 5, 5. That is what I meant. That is a varga. He says, is in terms of 5 only the names are given. 15 names are there. Finally it becomes Panchadashi and all of that. And also there, the night names are different and the morning names are also different. So it's a more detailed division of the time in the Brahmana. But the comparison of that with the later Vedanga Jyotisha, possible through Karana perhaps. That Karana is a new concept which has come. Maybe to eliminate a half day out of it. That seems to be the principle.
We can take one last question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pranams. In Tamil scripts we have Nadi Sastra. Whether there is any Sanskrit Nadi Sastra, and if it is available, where can we find it? In Tamil. Nadi Sastra in
Jyotisham, you are.
Yes, regarding Jyotisha.
So I don't think there is anything which is akin to this Nadi Jyotisham. No, I'm saying, so in Sanskrit, they have something called this in Kerala, what is that called? Prashna. So something akin to that is Prashnam is what I understand. From in Kerala tradition they have something called Prashna Jyotisham. That is similar to Nadi perhaps. I don't know. They pick up the Nadi and then... No, that is true. That Prashnam also is something they just do something and then depending on where it comes. So, true. No. Here, depending on which Nadi you pick up, you say something. There, depending on where it falls, you just do something. So, I mean, it is somewhat similar is what I would say.
So about the chandas that is there in the Vedas, they are all primarily based on the akshara, not necessarily on the matras. At what point, do we have that division that emerge from akshara to matras, and is there a more earlier text than Pingala which discusses where this came about and when this came about?
Yeah. Good. So this is something which is very interesting. We do have evidence to show that even from the Pingala's Chanda Shastra we come to know that there have been some earlier texts which have been dealing with in detail the analysis. It is true that this Vaidika text, so Vedic text as such, they only count the number of syllables. They don't look at the nature of the syllable, whether it is Guru or Laghu. So only based on the count of the number of syllables you give the name, and the names have also been generally restricted to 7. So Gayatri, Ushni, Ganashtub, Bhati, Punkti, Trishtub, Jagati. Now, so that is one aspect. The other aspect which is very interesting to note is, if you look at the second chapter of Pingala's Chanda Shastra, it primarily deals with the Vaidika Chandas, not confining to these 7 modes alone. There are further interesting divisions which have been given there. So there, this Gayatri can be viewed as either 6 matra are in fact 8 matra. In fact, Tripada Gayatri is a statement that we find in the Vedic scripture itself. So Tripada, the total number of syllables has to be 24. So you can either divide as 6 into 4 or 8 into 3. And some such similar things have been done. There is something called Brahma Gayatri, there is something called, so there are further divisions and there is an interesting table that is there. So one would not be able to very clearly say when this kind of division started and serious, more detailed analysis started. But one thing which I would like to tell you is, the kind of analysis that has gone along with the names for different kinds of metrical composition, particularly in matra. So we can only infer that there should have been huge amount of literature that was available in this even during Pingala's time. So how many of those texts which are available to us is a different thing. So it is not mere sambhavana. Sambhavana is possibility. But the naming of that particular meter will not happen unless somebody makes use of them. So we find a variety of names that are available which are not so commonly found in the classical literature. But the very fact that he has given names only means there should have been enormous amount of literature which was available around that time. This much I can tell you. That I will tell you later. So that was somebody told jocularly, today people eat matra, that is what gives them strength. Matra bal.
One last question, please.
I have a question to Professor Iyengar. The question is, when did we change, or when do you see the change from a Paksha-based days to week? When do you go from Paksha to Vara? So you said there are 15 divisions of the Paksha, each one is given a different name. From when do you observe this difference from where they move from the Paksha-based system to a Vara-based system?
Paksha to Vara.
Paksha to Vara. Paksha to Vara should have happened around the common era is my belief. Maybe 100 BC or 100 AD, in that period. That's my perception. See, actually, if you see the textual evidences, we see Vara in Yajnavalkya Smriti, which some people say is an interpolation. Then we have Vara in Brihat Samhita, there is one chapter. But again, it is said it is as per Garga, and that is also considered an interpolation. Not all editions have that. Now in the Vridagarga Jyotisha which you are editing, in the first Anga, called the Karma Gunanga, in the contents there is no mention of Vara. It is only Nakshatra, Karana, Tithi and Muhurta. These are the 4 important time parameters. But there is one chapter which is very similar to what is available in the Brihat Samhita, which is separately added. So in some of the manuscripts it is not there, in some it is there. So I would put it to somewhere around 100 AD or so. But one important thing, as I have seen in searching for Vara, that is what you are telling, in the Tamil, I think Shilapadiharam also, I don't remember, it is a Velli Varam. I remember the anecdote. It is when Madurai was burnt because of the Kannagi episode, and people escaped on a Velli Varam, it is said. That is at least what is available in the printed thing. Now, this is dated to 170 AD or something like that. That also says roughly during that period the word has come into picture. Whereas Velli Varam in Tamil would be Friday. But the word Varam, is it Sanskrit or Tamil? Okay, we have to discuss further on that.
Do you know, G, why this change happened? Because it seems to be very counterintuitive because it doesn't seem to be based on any phenomenon. Because at least Paksha, you know, it's based on the astronomical phenomenon. What determines Vara, basically?
He's asking what, okay. So this, there is a possibility that this could have been adopted, into a certain system due to a certain interaction. So as a convenience, so you have another shorter period for some reason, and therefore, so this could have been adopted is a proposition that one can make.
In astronomy texts, Vara is used only as a check on the Ahargana.
Ramsuratkumar for his blessings, and by his grace we all had a great sangama with intellectual minds today, thanking each and everyone. Lastly, on behalf of Devaki Patasala and Yogi Ramsuratkumar Ashram, I thank each and every one of you for attending today and making this a grand success. We look forward to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. in this hall. Thank you all. Yogi Ramsuratkumar. Thank you.
He needs no introduction. Nevertheless, it is my duty to say a few words to introduce him to the esteemed audience present here today. Sri Rajesh Vaidya inherited his amazing talents from his illustrious father, Sri K.M. Vaidyanathan, who was a stalwart both in Mridangam and Ghatam. He has had his Veena training under Maestro Sri Chitti Babu sir, presently under the tutelage of the living legend Sri L. Shankarji. Sri Rajesh Vaidya has presented concerts globally, all over the world, in countries such as the United States of America, Malaysia, Canada, Australia, United Kingdom, South Africa, just to name a few. Just to name a few awards and recognitions that he has won over these years of his illustrious career. He was awarded the Kalaimamani from the government of Tamil Nadu in the year 2011, and he was awarded the title of Sri Kanchi Kamakoti Pita Asthana Vidwan back in the year 2001. The latest feather to his cap has been composing music for a movie, Short Boot 3, earlier this year in October 2023. Of course, above all, do you have a minute series? I think Rajesh Vaidya has become synonymous with this series. There can be no one who has not heard about this series or who has not watched it. Amazing it is. The way he has performed one song in a minute every day. It was no ordinary feat, and this work of his has entered the Asia Book of Records. Do you have a minute series? A hearty welcome to Sri Rajesh Vaidya for this evening. Along with him today in this concert would be Vidwan Sri Mohan Raman on the Mridangam, Sri Praveen Narayan on the tabla, and Sri Sai Hari on the ghatam. A hearty welcome to all of you, and let us sit back and enjoy this enchanting music for the next 90 minutes or so. Thank you. Namaskaram. Yogi Ramsuratkumar. Jai Guru Raya.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaste Amma. Namaste. A very good evening to everyone. Thank you so much, first of all, for being here, and thank you so much for giving us this wonderful stage. Thank you all. And before I move on to the next number, once again with me, Mohan Raman, Mridangam, Sai Hari, Ghatam, Praveen Narayan, Tabla, and Shekhar on the audio. Thank you, Shekhar. The next number is Ragam Tanam Pallavi, set to Simendra Madhyamam, set to Aditalam. That was Mohan Raman on the Mridangam, Sai Hari on the Ghatam, Praveen Narayan on the Tabla. Enjoyed? I'm seeing only few are clapping, not everybody. The next song is composed by my Guruji, Dr. Chitti Babu sir. And this song is called Cuckoo Song. The cuckoo, the koel, my Guruji, he brought that cuckoo, the sound on Veena. So I'm going to try that. A cuckoo song by my Guruji, composed by my Guruji.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much for this wonderful stage. Okay, we'll play.
on behalf of the Yogi Ramsuratkumar Ashram, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Sri Rajesh Vaidya and the set of artists for today. We would like to honor the artist, first Sri Rajesh Vaidya. Thank you so much for enthralling all of us with your wonderful, wonderful music. Sri Mohan Raman on the Mridangam. Thank you very much, Sri Mohan Raman. Sri Praveen Narayan, who was on the tabla. And Sri Sai Hari on the ghatam. We request Ma Devaki to honor Sri Rajesh Vaidya's wife, Srimati Charu. Thank you. Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jai Guru Raya.
Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Yogi Ramsuratkumar, Jaya Guru Raya. With our beloved Bhagavan's grace, we had such a wonderful evening. Thank you to all our guests for being here. Please ensure that when you leave the hall, please do take prasadam. There is delicious prasadam which is made available for everyone. You can pick it up when you leave the hall, please. Volunteers, kindly ensure that all our guests collect their packets before they leave. Jai Bhagavan Yogi Ramsuratkumar.